Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Modern Day Debate. Oh, there goes my mic stand. I told you that thing was going to be very fun tonight. All right, welcome to Modern Day Debate, everybody. Tonight we're going to be doing flat versus globe. We have Eamon versus Angel. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel. We appreciate it. We're going to get right to it. Eamon, you have 10 minutes on the floor, and it's all yours. Oh, that would have been good. No worries. All right, we'll start the clock when you get your stuff up there. Yep, we are up and running, so I'll start the time. Yep, no worries.
Is able to say, well, I don't have the burden of proof for that.
Here,
Um,
I'm just gonna go back. Sorry, I'm gonna give you back your 10 minutes because
oh,
where I did my changeover, I put a new SSD in my computer and it reset a bunch of stuff. So our audience couldn't hear your intro. I'm sorry, Angel, to make you sit through it again. But if you want to go back to the beginning so our audience can hear, and I'll reset the time.
no, my intro was amazing. I didn't fumble that at all.
No, no, it was me that fumbled it. I'm sorry. All right, so whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer over again. If you can start from the top there.
Okay, perfect. So, in a formal debate like this, there is not one side or the other that has quote unquote the burden of proof. This is a flat versus globe debate. So, both me and Angel both have the burden of proof. It is up to ourselves to prove our side. So, whenever a topic comes up that we would say, well, I don't have the burden of proof on that, it's on you guys. That's not true. Both sides have that burden of proof. So I'd like to get that out of the way before I start any debate, just because sometimes that's a cop out used by either side. So the things that I'm going to cover in this is 24-hour sun, star trails, sunsets twice, horizon dip, boats over the horizon, angles of elevation across three observers, and then the final experiment, shadows, which I want Angel to specifically address. So the final experiment, 24-hour sun. The 24-hour sun has been confirmed by both globers and flat earthers. They went down to Antarctica about a week and a half ago, and they observed a 24-hour sun. They got a 360 view of the 24-hour sun down in Antarctica. They have confirmed there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And according to what I've seen of the flat earth model, this doesn't work because they generally will have something like the Gleason map in the center with the Antarctic ring around it and the sun going in between the tropics to do the day and night cycles. And that just doesn't work with the models that I've seen. So while this isn't, oh, I have that recording right here. This is the 24-hour sun. And I sped this up a lot too. So it's about 2 times as fast as it was initially. So, okay. Does this prove a globe? No, it does not. However, it is a strong point against the flat earth and is something that is required for the globe. So this is just one of the many data points that we observe that falls perfectly in line with a globe. I have not been able to see any flat earther show how this would work on a flat earth. Okay, another observation that totally decimates the model of the flat earth is the southern hemisphere star trails. Now, both sides agree that when you look to the north, we should see stars spinning in a circle around a central point, right? Both models agree with this. What the models diverge on is the southern hemisphere. Now, I'm not going to argue directions because that I think gets a little muddy and weird. And I think that the flat earthers can explain directions, but what they cannot explain is a central, the stars rotating around a central point in the south hemisphere. And we see this anywhere you go past a certain latitude. I don't know exactly where, but if you look south, you can get the same star trails as looking north. They all will rotate around a central point. Sigma Octantis is near that point, but it's not exactly on it. But they will rotate around that central point. This is a major problem for the flat Earth because, again, the model of a giant dome with all of the lights going around in a giant circle just does not work. However, this is expected by a globe model. And then this is another example of southern star trails shot in Australia. Okay, so this is sunsets general. Sunsets also prove a flat Earth because we see the sun will set bottom up. So here is an example. This video is actually a P900 maximum zoom. They will go throughout the video. They will do this several times with the P900. But this just shows that the sun is setting bottom up over the water here. So this is something that is not expected by the flat Earth. In a flat Earth, it should get smaller and smaller until it completely disappears. However, we see it disappearing bottom up. This is a major problem for the flat Earth. And again, this is Wolfie6020 on YouTube. Credit for the video. Okay. Now, this is sunsets by hemisphere. This is different than the bottom up setting. In the northern hemisphere, as the sun will set, it actually will cut to the right as it sets. Now, this is something that if we look at a flat Earth, the sun should go kind of round to the right. However, when we go to the equator, we see the sun set straight down. And then in the south, we see the sun cutting to the left, which is not what we expect because the sun is going around the flat Earth. We should see it cut to the right majorly. However, if the Earth were a globe and we're on the southern hemisphere, we should see that sun cutting to the left because we are now on a different reference frame to the sun. So this is another proof that the Earth is a globe and not flat. And then horizon dip. If the Earth were flat, depending on the type of flat Earth that you choose to push, if it were flat and you got higher and higher, the horizon should rise to your eye level. It does not. Now, if we go up really high in an airplane, this is 4,000 feet, or sorry, 40,000 feet, and you use this is a theodolite on a phone, and look out, it will show you exactly where your eye level is. So when the right number right here is at 0, that means that we are exactly flat. The one on the left is the left and right tilt of your phone. So the major number that we're looking for is here on the right. When that is 0, that means that right in the crosshairs, we should see that is where our eye line is. This is a photo of a sunrise over the globe. You can see that the horizon is far below eye level. So is the sun. The sun is below the horizon at 40,000 feet. That's because it has not risen over the globe yet. And then down on the bottom left, there is a different measurement at 43,000 feet. It's not as good because there was a lot of cloud coverage. So I'm not 100% sure where the actual horizon is, but that's where the cloud layer started, was below eye level. And you can't see any Earth past that. And then, of course, it's an oldie but a goodie, boats going over a horizon. As we watch boats go away from us, they will start to disappear bottom up. The left is a sailing ship that has disappeared bottom up. And then the right is a cargo ship. Now, flat earthers will say, I can zoom that back in. I've got my P900 and zoom back in. But they will never show images like this with the boats partially hidden behind the horizon that they will then zoom back in. They will always show something like this. This is water, and there's no boat here. And then they'll say, look, there's a boat. I zoomed it back in, right? So there's a major problem with this video. Over there on the right, there is a boat. It is right on the horizon. If we were zooming in and seeing more and more, that boat should get, there should be horizon seen past that boat. But as we zoom in, that boat stays on the horizon the entire time, partially obscured by it. I would like to ask whoever took this video, why didn't they zoom in on those boats over to the right? How come they chose the little tiny boat? Sorry, went the wrong way. Little tiny boat to zoom in on.
A little over
not the big ones. 1 minute? Perfect. Okay. Sorry about the transitions. I didn't know that it had the flipping transitions. Okay. So, final experiment. Angel on TikTok, after the final experiment released, did this video.
Shadows changing directions. Look at Neptune's shadow. Look where it starts off from. Look where it ends up. It flips. I'm sorry, but isn't the sun meant to be 93 million miles away?
So he starts that off by saying they're in a studio, the shadows flip. And so I decided to do it myself. Started over to the right, it's pointing to the right, then I walk across camera, and it points to the left. Doing exactly what MC Toon did here in the final experiment. In response to that, Angel said this, get me a still frame like the top image. So what he's talking about is where those the shadows are pointing away from the sun. They're not parallel, they're kind of splayed out. And in response, I gave him this image where the one on the top left shows the shadows splayed out, and then the other images are drone aerial views showing that those shadows are in fact parallel. And I was done. Right. Thank you.
Perfect. Seemed like that was the wrap-up point there. So thank you, Eamon, for your, ADHD Projects, for your introductory statement there. We appreciate that. Also going to get that clock reset. If you're hanging out in the live chat and you haven't already hit the like button, do hit the like. We are streaming on a different spot here. We're just working out some bugs, so no worries, guys. We appreciate you hanging out and being lively in the chat there. We are a neutral space here at Modern Day Debate, hosting debates on science, politics, religion, you name it. And we hope you feel welcome. So, yeah, last little bit of housekeeping. I'll remind everybody, if you have a question for any of our speakers, we do super chats at the end. So if you put a super chat in there, we appreciate it. We have a live event coming up in New Jersey. A little more on that in a bit. But without further ado, thanks for coming back, Angel, to Modern Day Debate. I'll set the timer for 10 minutes, and when you get your screen share up, we'll get it started.
Yep, so I'm sharing my screen now.
That is up for everyone to see, so whenever you're ready.
Yeah, now I agree with Eamon. We both have a burden of proof. So I hope you can show your burden as well as mine, because I can show that the Earth is flat. So let's see if you can show if it's curved. I'm going to play my presentation. The globe claims the horizon is in a geometric location derived from the radius value of 3959 miles. The horizon blocks boats, buildings, land masses, the sun, etc. The problem is we see too far. The radius value has been debunked. We see way too far for the Earth to be a globe of said radius value of 3959 miles. The Chicago skyline is clearly visible at a distance of 57 miles. When you take into account observation height above sea level, the entire skyline should be below the curvature of the Earth at all times. The horizon simply is not where it's meant to be. Also, on the right, for a 1-foot observer, the horizon should be no more than 1.22 miles away, but it's 9.4 miles away behind the oil rig. This also falsifies the globe claim of the radius value being 3959 miles, and proves the horizon is optical and not in a physical geometric location. What the opponents then do is shift the goalposts and ask, where are the bottoms of the objects? They think that the utmost can lift up buildings thousands of feet around a curve, but don't think the utmost can act as a lens to block the bottoms of objects, as demonstrated. Looking perpendicular at the sun's rays or shadows removes perspective as the cause of convergence. When observing the crepuscular rays perpendicularly, they still converge, demonstrating that perspective is not the cause for the convergence. Therefore, the sun cannot be 93 million miles away, as its rays appear crepuscular and not parallel and much more localized. Now, I also have done time lapses of the sun with the solar filter and gotten a change in size upwards of 23%. We have also got upwards of 40% with solar filters, which is impossible on a globe because you are not getting 40% further away from the sun when it sets on a globe. The sun analemma also changes its course. It gets smaller in the north and wider in the south, speeds up in the south and slows down in the north, proving it's moving between the tropics on a flat Earth and increasing speed and decreasing speed to keep up with its smaller and wider circuits. The UV index of the sun is also concentrated between the tropics, which is exactly how the sun moves across a flat Earth. If the sun's rays were coming in parallel to the Earth, there is no way there would be a concentrated beam of light hitting the equator. There is also time lapses of the sun shrinking into a dot and disappearing above the horizon. Now, I expect my opponent to have demonstrable, repeatable proof of curvature, gas pressure coexisting next to a vacuum without a container, Earth's alleged 1,037 mile an hour spin at the equator, or proof that it orbits the sun. So my opponent tried to prove by moving perpendicular to the shadow's direction to see if they were still parallel or not, and I guess he should have measured it because they are still converging, proving my point. As you can see, these lines are parallel, and these ones are not. And as we pan across to the left, you can see these lines are parallel, and these are not. So as you can see, my opponent removed perspective from the equation by moving perpendicular to the shadows, and they are still diverging, proving my point just like the crepuscular rays. I hope my opponent is willing to concede that these rays are definitely not coming towards the observer, and they are behind the horizon there and going down towards the ground. I expect to just get a handwave dismissal of refraction being the cause of we see too far, but we'll get to that. And there's going to be no refutation for the sun changing size because that's impossible on a globe. Yeah, so... Oh, sorry, one sec. So, yeah, we've got also a lot of other proofs for flat Earth. We've got the SPS 55 radar, which is mounted above sea level, 100 feet above sea level, and it goes 118 miles. That's 7,400 feet of missing curvature. And no, it cannot penetrate through water. So we've also got the second law of thermodynamics completely destroys his argument because you can't have gas pressure gradient next to a vacuum without containment. Vacuums require containment. Gas pressure, gradient or not, requires containment. So that's a major problem. Airplane flight dynamics completely...
Are you talking? I can't hear anything.
Yes, I'm talking.
Yeah, we can hear him here. Can you hear me?
Maybe that's me.
Oh, all right. Make sure you fix your audio. I'll pause the timer there. Sorry for the interruption.
So this is my time. So
well, we want to make sure he does hear you, but yeah, no, definitely, I'll give you back your time there. Go for it.
Okay. So am I going, or can you hear me?
Yeah, I think he can hear you now.
Can you hear me, Emma?
Yep, I can hear you.
All
right, perfect. All right, let's keep going.
Oh yeah, sorry. It cut off right when your video got done.
Oh, okay. So let's...
Yeah, sorry. It's been a second. I was thinking that there was something wrong when the audio switched. So
no worries. So we'll just go back to, you got a little extra time, so we'll give you an extra minute and a half. So
how long have I got total?
So you were supposed to have 10 minutes total, but I think he's missing a full minute, so I'm just going to give you back a minute and a half. All right?
Is that how much I've got left total?
6.5 minutes.
Left. Okay, great.
Yeah, 6.5. Sorry. Yeah, I'm going to add. Sorry. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. All right, so 6.5 minutes on the floor.
Yeah. So on screen, I've got a flat Earth dome model. So he mentioned star trails not working in the south, which is just crazy because all the stars move east to west. On the globe, your globe is not spinning different directions in different hemispheres. It depends which way you face. The convergence point, right? If you look to the south, it'll converge due to perspective. So I'll put on the stars. You'll see here. So if you face north, it's going counterclockwise. Counterclockwise. If you face south, oh, look at that. It's going clockwise. And it converges to a point, just like when you're looking through a tunnel or a really long road, it converges to a point. Also, just going to stop that share. So Amon showed a photo in his opening, which showed the star trails at the equator, which is hilarious because it matches perfectly what we see on the side angle of a ferrous cell of a ring magnet. So the Earth has a magnetic field, which, by the way, you can't have a magnetic field on a globe with a Curie point when your core is like 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So good luck with that one. But yeah, so you can see the star trails match perfectly with what the ring magnet's magnetic field is showing. So that's another one. What else did you mention? Yeah, boats. I mean, you guys say that the horizon's a physical geometric location that boats go over. The boat wasn't visible, the buoy wasn't visible, and I have zoomed in that ship when it wasn't visible. The top of the ship came back into view. So by you slapping your head and saying, "Oh, well, the horizon blocks boats," but then I zoom in on a boat you can't see, and it's visible again, you've just debunked yourself. Because, and by the way, the horizon's not in a physical geometric location. That's my argument. Your argument, sorry, it's optical. We see too far, so it moves. How can the horizon move if it's geometric? A physical hill that's blocking things at a park will never move behind the object it's blocking. But that's what you're gonna say, so that's gonna be hilarious. Oh, I'm done. Let's get into it. And oh yeah, one more thing. Your shadows were not parallel, but so you saw that they were still diverging. Also, when you look perpendicular to the rays, that's what you tried to do to make it look parallel. They still diverge from the sun. So welcome to flat Earth.
All right, you still have 3.5 minutes, so are you sure you want to see?
No,
the rest of your
I
time?
want to get into it.
All right, let's do that then. Awesome. Well, appreciate it. Thank you so much, Angel, for your introductory statement. We're going to get into a back and forth here, so I'm going to set a timer, 45-minute timer for a first round of back and forth, and then we'll check in with the speakers and see where we're at. So, once again, everybody, if you have questions for anyone you see on screen, you want to grill somebody here, get those super chats in. We'll ask those questions at the end of the debate. But without further ado, let's get into it there, Jen. So 45 on the timer, and I'll bounce it back over to you, ADHD projects, to respond to some of what you just heard.
Okay, perfect. I want to address the shadows that he is saying. Angel, the question, how did you verify the local topography of the ground of that photo that I showed you?
That's your photo. You said that the shadows were parallel, right?
Okay, and how did you verify the local topography of the ground to say that they were not parallel?
Did you say that they were parallel in your opening? Yes, you did, right?
Did I say that they were parallel?
Yeah, you said that they were parallel in your opening.
I mean, they're near parallel, and I didn't actually measure
Near
them.
parallel. Near parallel.
Excuse me,
parallel.
can I answer, please?
Near parallel is not
Can
parallel.
I answer, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So
I'm going to pull up the image again.
Oh, so I can't answer.
No, go ahead.
So near parallel, yeah, I didn't actually measure to show that they were parallel. Your problem was that they were all splayed out. Now I showed that when you got higher up, they're starting to go parallel. Now the drone didn't go high enough, or there is local topography of the ground that makes them non-parallel, because there were some of those that were parallel to each other. Some of them were not. We don't know that every single one of those posts were perfectly perpendicular to the ground. For them to be pretty much near parallel, where the photo shows one going right off to the right and one going right off to the left, like you said, is not possible, or only possible on a flat Earth. And then when you look at them, they're actually pretty parallel. We don't actually know how plumb those were. So did you verify that every single one of those were plumb?
that's your photo that you said was parallel, and I'm replying to you showing they're not parallel. So I'm going to share my screen, please.
Yeah, I'm ready when you are.
What's it? Sorry.
There we go. Gives everybody a chance to hit the like button. It's very hard to do when there's all this action. All right, you're up and running.
Okay, see where my mouse is? That's parallel, right? So are these ones parallel to the grid?
They are not, no. But
okay.
do you remember the premise?
Hang on. You said that you replied laughing at me that yes, this proves that the shadows are parallel. So they're not parallel. So you didn't do the test properly. You should have measured it. Also, do we have a drone footage from the final experiment going all the way up like this to verify if those ones are actually parallel or not? Do we have that?
Can I ask you?
No. Wait. Do we have drone footage from the final experiment to show that they're actually not parallel?
I don't know if it's showing the shadows,
photo.
but we do have drone footage, but not of the shadows. I don't think.
Okay, well then this is a moot point. Then you're showing evidence.
Run, Flat Earther, run!
I'm not. You're running.
You are running.
All right. What? Hang on a minute.
You said it was a moot point. That was the whole reason you wanted to debate. Was that thing?
Hello.
Right.
Hello.
Let's let him respond.
Parallel, not parallel, and you agreed to that. You said in your opening, this is parallel. You just proved my point, bud. Also, I've got another thing to show you. Okay. This here, your shadow didn't actually increase in length. Do you see how you're the same size and that your shadow is still the same size? Do you see
how my shadow goes off the screen?
Do you see that's your arm, buddy? And that's
my arm
your,
goes off the screen?
That's your video.
My
and you
shadow goes off the screen.
You chopped that off. This is your footage that I used. So you can go verify this. So McToon's the same size and his shadow is longer, right?
So he walks towards the screen.
Just like you did. And you're the same size, and so
and my shadow went off the screen. Look, my shadow's going off the screen there.
That's your head. That's your arm. That's your head.
And you didn't use the closest that I got, did you?
This is what you put on your video.
You didn't use the closest that I got, did you?
This is what you put on your video. Yes, this is your video. I'm using your proof again.
Angel, listen. Right, did you use?
I put what you put up.
Did you use when I was closest to the camera?
I put what
did
you put up.
Did you use when I was closest to the camera?
No, yes or no? I put what you put up.
All right, I will give you a chance to respond if you want their ADHD while he's got it up here and explain how this does how this plays into your argument there, just so that we get both sides. Because, like I said, if you know, you're kind of making an analysis of what he's not addressing, but if you can just explain to us what this does show, then we can maybe move on from that.
Which one of us?
Over to you,
so
ADHD, if you can respond to what he's just put on the screen there.
Okay, so the thing that I wanted Angel to address, this is not it. Okay. This is him, this is him moving the goalpost to somewhere else. This is what we wanted to address, right? Okay, so we don't know the local topography. I was showing, if I ever said that the shadows were parallel, that's not what I meant. If I said that. And you can, Angel, you can go back and clip it if you would like to and post it on TikTok. That's fine. Now, the point was, Angel showed the shadows all splaying out, going left and right and forward. That's what I was debunking with this photo. This photo, once we got, when I showed you the initial where they were all splayed out going left and right, they were going left and right. And then when we took the drone up, we saw that these shadows are actually all going the same direction. Okay. That's the point of it.
And they're still
diverging. Once we got here, Angel wanted to go somewhere else and move the goalpost.
All right,
no, you wanted to go somewhere else. You said that these lines are parallel in your response to me. I proved they're not parallel. And you agreed to that. Do we have drone footage of that displayed out shadows that I showed you to my post to you? Do we have an aerial view of that?
No, that's not what you asked for. You asked for a photo showing. You asked me a question. I'm responding.
No, we don't have that, so we can't prove it.
You asked specifically for a photo showing where the shadows are all splayed out. I showed you that specifically. Okay?
Yeah, I agree.
I showed you. Now, the point of it wasn't that they're exactly parallel, which they're obviously not. However, if you would actually listen to the point that I'm making instead of your straw man that you strawmanned most of your introduction, instead of the straw man, the point is some shadows are going left, some shadows are going right, some are going forward. I showed you that all of the shadows are actually going the same direction.
Are they parallel?
That's the point.
Are they parallel?
That's not my point. My point is not that they're parallel. No, it wasn't.
Ryan, I don't know where to go with this. That was his point in his opener. He said he's showing a parallel view of the shadows. I proved they are not parallel. He agreed to that.
So we agreed that they're not parallel. That wasn't my point. My point was that you were saying that the shadows are diverging in all directions. Well, that's exactly what we see in every day. That's what we see every day.
We don't. Okay, well, when we look
Yeah, we do.
perpendicular,
I just
when
showed
we look,
you. I showed you
Let's
two
let's
ways
give
that we
Angel
see
a
it.
chance to respond there as well. So
when
go
we
ahead,
look
Angel.
when we look perpendicular to the crepuscular rays, they're not convert. They're not divert. Sorry, they're not parallel. I showed you that.
Are you changing the subject now?
So
Are we now talking
your
about
shadows.
crepuscular ways?
Yes.
Are we talking
on
about
Earth.
crepuscular rays now?
Can you? He's interrupting me.
Okay, if we do need to move into muted back and forth, we can do that. But
No, I don't want to do that. I want
Yeah.
him to be quiet when I'm presenting.
let's just try to give each other some space for sure. So go ahead, Angel, and let's try to tie it all back in.
Your whole argument was that your photo proved the rays, the shadows, were parallel. I proved to you they are not parallel. Sorry, that they are diverging still, even when you go up with your drone. Even the posts, when you look down to them now, because they're coming up towards the drone, they appear to diverge now because they're now coming perspective view. So on your paradigm, the rays of the sun have to be parallel. When you look at something like you tried to prove, look top down, perpendicular, that removes perspective from the equation. Okay, so let me share my screen again, please.
Yeah, well, you get your screen share up. If you did want to make any response there, feel free, ADHD.
Oh, because he's hopping points here a little bit, going into crepuscular. Yeah, you are. Look, the hopping points. We're still talking about those shadows. You want to talk about crepuscular rays.
Your shadows were not parallel.
Okay,
and
great.
You agreed to that. And you agreed to that. Okay.
Right, but that wasn't the point.
Yes,
that wasn't the point. No, it was not.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
What was the point? What was the point?
I've told you the point.
You said it in the opener. It's recorded.
Would you like me to tell you the point, or do you want to cut me off? Okay.
You said the shadows were parallel and they proved it wasn't actually diverging. That's what you said in your opener. Now you're running. I thought you said you weren't going to run.
Did I say parallel?
Yes.
Okay. If I did, then I didn't. So if I did,
so then your whole opener
would you
was
like
incorrect.
me to respond, Angel? You were just crying that I was cutting you off.
I'm actually presenting.
Shut up and let me
just
respond.
1 second.
You're interrupting me.
1 second. So
you asked me a question.
There was,
and I was responding.
There was a natural pause there, but it did sound like he is conceding potentially that he may have misspoke.
Well, if he misspoke, that's not my problem. That's what I agreed to. Is what he said.
Right, and I've told you several times that they're not completely parallel.
Right.
And you're now still attacking that straw man arguments.
All right. Without the meta discussion, let's go back to Angel and the screen share there.
Okay, we are looking perpendicular at the rays and they're crepuscular. Perspective has been removed from the equation. Your paradigm requires the rays to come in parallel. So the rays are not, are they parallel or diverging here?
I'm sorry, is that a natural pause? Is it my turn?
Yeah, are the rays parallel?
Okay, would you like to talk about the shadows, or do you want to move from the shadows to crepuscular rays?
You've already admitted the shadows are not parallel.
Right, but then I said that wasn't the point. Then you said, "What is the point?" And then you wouldn't let me say the point.
That is the point. You're changing it.
All right, so let's let ADHD clarify.
Wait, hang on, Ryan. He's changing his.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
Angel.
you are.
No, I'm not.
I was just saying,
everyone can look back.
If it is the case that he's changing his argument, like you said, everybody will be able to see that.
Flat Earth proofs.
Let us.
There's no flat Earth proofs.
Let's try to move on from this after we get some clarity here.
This is going nowhere.
Yeah, I do want to let.
Hang on.
Hold on. I don't want to put you on mute.
You're cutting the host off.
I don't want to put you on mute. I just, like I said, I do want to give him a chance to clarify, just so that we can unpack this properly, just before we move into a pure flat versus globe. And I think that that's going to be beneficial. So let's try to just rock this for maybe 2 more minutes and then move on from here. And then we can talk about we can talk about what you got on the screen right now, maybe more in detail. It's up to y'all. So go ahead, ADHD. I'll let you clarify.
Okay, to clarify, my point wasn't that the shadows become parallel when you rise up. If I said they become parallel, I apologize. That was incorrect, because obviously they were not parallel in the photo. My point, Angel, if you would like to listen to the point and not strawman me again, was that you were saying the shadows are going left and right and straight across. And then you said, show me a picture where this happens in reality. And then I did. And then you are now focusing on the fact that they didn't go perfectly parallel. My point was shadows sometimes look like they're splaying out. But when we get a different perspective, they start to go in the same direction. Now, I don't know why the shadows were not parallel. I didn't go that deep into it. I showed you exactly what you wanted. You ran and said you wanted to go live. So here we are live.
Yeah, here we
now
are live.
let's talk about the crepuscular rays. Now, you said that those rays are not coming towards us. How do you know this?
Because they're behind the horizon, and they're obviously going down.
So the sun is directly over where those rays are? Are you saying that where those rays are touching the ground, are you saying that where those rays are touching the ground, it is noon? Solar noon. Is that your claim? Okay,
No.
so then the sun would be further away than where those.
Hold on.
Because
I do want to just let it, if he's saying no, I want to let him clarify. If there's a clarification, it's up to you.
Okay, go ahead and clarify.
Oh, hang on. The whole point. So I'm showing you crepuscular rays from a perpendicular view. Are the rays parallel?
Not from this view, and what I'm trying to get you.
So if
what
they're not
wait. You asked me a question. Let me clarify why. Let me clarify why my question. So you're trying to say that these crepuscular rays are not coming towards us. The line of questioning that I had, well, does that mean that right above them is solar noon? Because that would be what it would be required for them to be not coming towards us. That means
in your paradigm.
That wait a second, in your paradigm too. So what it would be required, the sun would be somewhere over wherever on the flat Earth, and the rays are splaying out in a cone shape towards us. That means these rays are still coming towards us in relation to the sun in both models. Yes, in both models. Yes.
The clouds are blocking the sun. How can the rays be coming towards us? They're going straight down and they're behind the horizon.
So they're coming in at an angle towards us. The sun
no, they're
is.
Not. Dude, are you blind?
They're not.
Hello, they're going down behind the horizon. Do you agree that they're going down behind the horizon?
Yes, they're going down behind the horizon. Okay, however,
great. Thank you.
So the question was that if they're not coming towards us, that means they would have to be going straight down from the sun, correct?
Well, it depends on the cloud openings.
So I'm talking about the rays themselves, not just what we can see based off of the clouds. Okay. The sun rays themselves. Yes. You said that they're perpendicular to us. That means they're coming straight sun down to the going down. Okay.
Yeah,
not perpendicular. And so we're looking at it perpendicular, right?
You just said the rays are behind the horizon.
That's my question. According to you, are we looking at them perpendicular? Yes or no?
Yes, and you just agreed to that. You said they're behind the horizon?
No, that doesn't mean that I agree that they're perpendicular to us.
Dude, are you serious, dude? It's on screen. Are these rays coming towards our eyes?
They're coming at us, not directly to the eyes. They're coming this direction.
How can they be coming
if they're not
at us?
If they're not,
1 second, dude. How can they be coming at us? How can they be coming at us if they're behind the horizon?
Because they originate above the horizon. Just because that's where they hit doesn't mean that they're not coming in this. So wait a second.
The rays are not here.
Wait a second. So we have the sun up in the sky. Mm-hmm. Are you saying that the sun rays that we are seeing are hitting the ground directly below the sun?
That's what it appears to be doing if they're behind the horizon.
Okay, so then yes, that means that what we are looking at is wherever those sun rays are touching the ground is solar noon, because that is what is required for the sun to be out directly above where they're hitting the ground. No, I'm not, dude.
So for starters, we see the apparent location of the sun. Did you know that?
We see the apparent location of everything.
No, okay. Can you admit we see the apparent location of the sun?
Is the sun a part of everything? Yes, we see the apparent location of the sun along with everything else.
So then, it wouldn't be solar noon. This is just a sunset where the sun has clouds in front of it blocking the rays, and they're going down.
So they're coming straight. They're coming directly down from where the sun is.
Yeah, they're not.
But they're also splaying out. So that doesn't make any sense. This makes zero sense.
Okay, you know why it makes zero sense? Because in your paradigm, the sun rays have to be parallel.
It doesn't make sense on a flat Earth either. In order for us to get the light, the rays have to be coming towards us.
Dude, you can replicate it by getting a cardboard cutout and putting a light like this, like I showed in my opening. You can replicate that exact phenomena. Crepuscular rays
Okay, but what I'm
requires a
saying
local
is this
crepuscular rays
even if
require
I
a
was
local
on
light
your
source.
side,
Hang
this
on,
doesn't make sense on a
dude.
flat Earth.
Crepuscular rays require a local light source.
That is incorrect.
The sun. Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding.
I showed you in my opener. So you can say that all you want.
Show whatever it is that you showed in the opener. Let's see it.
No, I'm not wasting my time on this.
No,
I'm not wasting
my time. Come on, show it, Angel. Show it. It is your whatever it is that you are trying to say. I want you to show me again.
When I show
it to me.
We're moving on because you're running now.
No, I get to respond to it. It's your claim. Show it.
You're running is what you're doing.
No, I want you to show your claim. You not showing what you just said.
I will.
Would you be running?
I will say, you guys, you definitely seem to be getting into it now. So I'm not opposed to.
Wait a second, Angel. Did you just call me a name?
Yes, I did.
Okay, was that appropriate in a debate?
Are you a crybaby now, or
what did you call me, Angel? Was that an appropriate thing?
I called you.
Was that appropriate? Boy. Was that appropriate during a debate?
Call me names if you want. So on screen.
No, I'm not going to call you names because that is.
All right. We'll do the meta debate in our own space. Let's just carry on.
Okay. So when you have lights, right?
Oh my gosh, Flurf triggered.
Let's let Angel do his thing. But
sorry. If he's gonna assault me, I'm gonna laugh at him.
So when the light is further away, the rays become parallel. A Tuttle can understand this. When you move it closer, they splay out, just like we saw in my crepuscular rays example. According to Eratosthenes, this is what the rays should look like. This is what we observe in reality.
So, can I share my screen?
Yeah, I guess, it would be your first time, so that is more than fair, I think, if you want to pop something on screen. I think it's your first time since we got in the open discussion, so sure.
All right, can you see my screen?
We sure can.
Great. We can move on to the next point now.
Yeah, great. That was your point, so I'm just going to show my evidence now.
All right, let's just keep rolling there, guys.
Great, I'm going to share my screen, thanks.
Like a train, we're just going to keep rolling. You got that image.
Train like the train tracks.
Yeah, that's just, you got the imagery in my head now, right? So we'll let Angel pop that up. But once again, we are going to take super chats at the end of the discussion. I still got about 25 minutes on the timer there for our open discussion. We are going to try to shift into some flat versus globe discussion, since I do think that the majority of the shadow discussion has been hammered out. We know where you disagree. So, look at that. All right, thank you, Angel. Let's go into some new territory.
So this is the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan, 57 miles. It was taken from Grandmere Park, which is 600 feet above sea level. The Chicago skyline is 577 feet above sea level. When you take into account the camera height above sea level, it's 29 feet when you do the math. So this entire skyline should be below the curvature of the Earth at all times. This is what a superior mirage looks like of that exact same skyline. This is on, can you, Amon, agree with me that this day is clearer than the top image?
Which day is clearer than the top image?
The middle
one with the superior mirage?
The one with the middle image is clearer than the top one.
Yes.
A clearer day, great. So there's your evidence of flat Earth. That entire skyline should be below the curvature of the Earth at all times. Also, do you want to rebut that?
Yes. What is the observer height?
I just told you. Did you not hear that?
Again, what is it?
When you do the calculation of above sea level, 29 feet for the camera height.
Okay. What is the distance? The distance is 57 miles?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll just say that there's a building over there that's like 100 feet tall.
The tallest building is
how high?
1,400.
1,400 feet. Okay. 1,450?
I believe it's exactly 1,450, yeah.
So 1,400. Okay, 1,450. Okay, cool. And what is the refraction index on that day?
Why are you invoking refraction?
Because we cannot look through the atmosphere without refraction happening.
Hang on. So is the horizon in a physical geometric location or not?
So there is a physical geometric horizon. However, we cannot view that horizon without looking through the atmosphere, which means that there is always going to be distortion called refraction when it is going
Distortion is
through
not
this.
refraction.
The distortion is caused by refraction.
So real quick, do you think that this skyline is actually there, or is it a holographic mirage being projected around the curve?
So all that we see, I'll get there on the answer is yes. Well, so the answer, so listen, everything that we see is light. Okay.
No. Okay, can you
not
quickly
wait,
define?
wait. Did you just say everything we see is not light?
Dude, we see light. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, great. Okay, you just said not when I said that. So
do you know? Can you still learn refraction? The law of refraction.
would you like me to explain, or would you like to
No, you don't know what refraction is. You don't know what refraction is. Can you quickly define what the law of refraction is, please?
What the law of refraction, or what you Googled the law of refraction is?
No, the law of refraction, which is Snell's law, which is what you're invoking as this holographic projection that you think is sitting perfectly where it's supposed to be and making the Earth look flat. What is Snell's law, and how many mediums does it require?
So it doesn't require. So it requires the change in density. Okay, two mediums that are different densities, and we agree that there's a density gradient, correct?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah. Okay. Okay. So
hang on. Is the density gradient vertical or horizontal?
So it's vertical, but when
we're looking horizontally.
Wait a second. When we're going over water, this is over water, correct? That means that there is different densities, and there can be different densities.
Not horizontally.
Horizontally, yeah. So
no.
Yes, because your black swan shows that.
No.
Hold on.
You just agreed.
Let's let Angel explain why it does, and then you can explain why it doesn't. Because just saying it's a black swan doesn't really explain for our audience.
Thank you.
No, not trying to critique anybody here. I'm just trying to help you guys unpack a bit more here. So go ahead, Angel, and then I'll hand it over to you.
Snell's law, the law of refraction, requires two mediums. The light needs to pass between the boundary of two different mediums in order for the light to bend at an angle. In order for this to be a holographic projection that wraps around the globe, which is what my opponent's trying to invoke, which is just ridiculous because there are videos of people going across the lake proving it's not a mirage with a P900. So you would need vertical layers in the atmos, bending the light around the curve constantly at a perfect rate to just put it there, sitting there, 1,600 feet around the curve. Now, if you think that image in the middle there is a hologram that is just light, then you need to get your brain checked. Because all I see is a skyline sitting there as it should be. All right, so you need two mediums for your refraction claim. We are not looking through a density gradient. The gradient is vertical, not horizontal.
All right, so if you want to explain to our audience how you would put that under the black swan fallacy, if that's how you're still feeling, or if your thoughts have changed based on Angel's explanation.
I wasn't saying this is the black swan fallacy. Sorry, it's not a debate term. There's a specific observation called the black swan in flat Earth. I wasn't saying this was the black swan fallacy.
My apologies. I must.
Sorry. I didn't. I wanted to clarify this. I wasn't claiming that it was a fallacy that he was making.
Then we'll just go right back to he's saying no, you're saying yes. So let's just carry on.
Well, I want to respond to what he said. So light comes off in all directions, right? When it hits an object, it's coming off in all directions, correct?
Yeah. And it tends to bend towards the denser medium, which is down, not up.
Which is down, correct. Yes, you are correct.
Behind a curve.
Bends down.
Behind a curve.
Okay, so now we've got this can right here. Okay, light is hitting it in all directions. And it's bouncing off this way and this way and this way, right? So light is coming off of it this way, okay? And we know that there is a density gradient going up. And so as light comes up, it's hitting that density gradient this way, and it's starting to bend. And as it goes, it continuously, as it goes at an angle up, it is hitting this density gradient and it is bending. Okay. And that is going to bend over to where you are sitting across the lake. Yes, this is what happens. This is the explanation.
Can you show evidence for that? Can you show
Evidence for
evidence
what?
for that?
For what?
What you just claimed is insane. Can you actually
Wait,
show
no. I
someone
want you
redoing that?
tell me why that is an insane thing.
Because I've
Because
never seen anyone produce an example where there's a huge curve and they've used weather or like heat to cause that effect. Can you demonstrate that, please?
I mean, I can go and find it probably, but you'd have to give me some time.
Really? You
Yeah.
can find someone putting an object behind a curve, right? Introducing whatever they want, atmospheric effects, and bending that around the curve and having it sit there around the curve. You can find me a video of that.
Probably if you gave me some time. It's not going to happen in this debate, no.
Wow. Okay. So yeah, that the top image is what a superior mirage actually looks like. It's
I didn't ever
distorted.
invoke superior mirage by you
This is
saying
what. Hang
I
on.
never
This is.
invoked superior mirage.
I know you didn't. Your paradigm invokes that is a superior
Straw
mirage.
man. Straw
Can I
man. No.
speak? This was on the news in America. They
I
said
am
that
not the
that
news in America.
They said that this image was a superior mirage because it debunks the globe.
Cool.
Superior mirages are upside down. Is the
Cool.
middle image upside down to you?
I'm not making the argument that it's a superior mirage, dude.
Welcome to Flat Earth, then.
Straw man, then. You just
If
straw
it's not
man
a-
me
if
for the
it's
last
not-
like 10,
If it's not a
30
mirage,
seconds.
what? If it's not a mirage, is it actually sitting there?
Right. So I've told you the explanation. If you would
No, you
like to
haven't.
say yeah,
Is
light
that really
as light
sitting there?
comes off this direction, we
light?
know that
Hold on,
there
we'll let
is
him respond
a
there, Angel.
because
He
you
already
said that
said this.
you said that I didn't though. So
Is
obviously,
that light? Is that light? Is that light? Or is it actually a physical?
can we only see light? Right? We only see light, right?
Is it okay? If I go across that lake,
Are we
am I gonna
only
be able
seeing
to-
light? Do we only ever see light?
No,
Yes or no?
we see objects.
No, we don't. We don't
I
only
can
see light.
I can see objects.
You
So
can
if I
see
go-
objects
Dude,
and not
can
light.
you stop for a second? If okay, if I go across that lake, is that going to be a physical object that I can touch?
Once you get there, yes, absolutely.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No. So it's like saying the thing in the mirror isn't real. If I look
Also,
at
do you
myself,
know?
wait a second.
Go ahead.
It's like saying the thing in the mirror isn't real because it has to bounce off of something to get to my eyes, right?
Can
Because
you touch the mirror?
it's not actually.
Is
So-
the mirror physical? Is the mirror a physical object, or is that a mirage too?
Are you strawman again? So
Yeah,
when
I
I'm
think
looking
he's
at
just
an
making a metaphor, so
object,
let's let him make
when
his
I'm looking
point.
at an object, so like if I put this can in front of a mirror and light bounces off the can into the mirror and into my eyes, is the can no longer really there?
That's you. That's what you're saying, not me.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Is the can
So-
really there?
Yeah, the can is
Oh.
really where it's at. There is
Okay.
a distance that it appears that it's straightforward, right?
Okay.
But
is that
it's over
skyline
here.
really there? Is that skyline really there?
So that's the thing about light is as long as it's hitting your eyes, it's there, but it's not. So no, it's not there because it's not in the place that it looks like. But light
now
is
it's not there.
bending. This is the weird thing about light is that if it can get to your eyes, that's and the direction that it gets to your eyes, that's where it appears to be. That's why I always say everything that
agree.
we see is apparent.
Okay, so is that
So-
skyline light or is it a physical object?
So what we are seeing is always light.
Can you
The
answer my question?
The
Can you answer
answer
my
is
question?
always what we are seeing.
is
So
it a mirage?
if you're taking a picture, it's light.
Is it a mirage?
Is it a mirage? I don't know enough about the term mirage to say yes or no. The light is bending.
Is it bending 1,600 feet around a curve?
Yes.
Okay, but if you really think that, then you.
So I have
You
a
need to
question,
resolve.
Angel. How come you can't see this every day?
Because on a clear day you see it. On an unclear day, there's too much atmos in the way. Remember when you agreed? Remember when you agreed the middle image is a clearer day than the top one? And
Yeah, but I
that's
didn't
a
say
super mirage?
that it was completely clear. There's days that are much more clear than that you
Okay.
can't see it.
So in a no.
How come you
So
can
in a-
only see
so-
this
so in-
like
no.
during
So in-
during
on a
the
clear-
evening?
On a clear day, you see it.
No, it's you don't see this every day.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
I know you don't. On a clear
You
day,
only
you do,
you
though.
can only see it a couple
clear
of
day.
times if the atmospheric conditions are right. That's not a clear day.
No. The middle
So-
image. Oh, wait. Hang on.
Wait,
You
wait,
said
wait,
this
wait,
is a
wait, wait,
clear,
wait. No,
is
no,
this a
no.
clear
I
day?
didn't say that it was a perfect clear. I said it is clearer
Okay,
than the top image.
correct. And
Do
that's what
not,
they're claiming.
do not.
Okay,
I
thank
don't
you.
care who's claiming it's a superior
Okay,
mirage. They're wrong.
okay, okay. They're wrong. So that's really sitting there then.
Whoever says that it's a superior mirage is wrong.
So
The
then it's
light
really
is
sitting there.
the light is bending to get to our eyes.
How can it bend around a curve if it's not a mirage?
So I don't know enough about the term mirage
Yeah.
to
Then
call
why
it
are
a
you talking?
mirage.
Then why are you saying
So-
they're wrong?
Because a superior mirage is different than a mirage. Did you know this?
That's what they claimed this is.
I don't care who claimed what. A
Well, I know
superior
you don't care
mirage
because
is
it's
a very
debunking your claim.
a superior mirage is a very specific thing. When
Yeah,
they
what is
said
it?
it's where the angle when the picture flips up like that. That is a superior mirage.
Why?
It's when atmospheric conditions, refraction.
Okay. And is that a clearer day than this?
So you
day?
agree? Wait, you agree that refraction
Is this
does
upside
happen?
down?
Wait.
No.
Is a superior mirage because of refraction
It's because of distortion
caused by?
caused by the light distorting in the atmosphere.
How?
As it goes
What's
through a gradient.
distorting it? What's distorting it?
The atmosphere.
Okay,
The
but
atmosphere acts as a lens.
okay,
The
great.
atmosphere
So
acts as a
we
lens,
agree that there is distortion caused by the atmosphere.
not refraction.
The distortion is called refraction.
No,
So distortion
and
is
refraction
just when
different.
image is distorted. Okay, it can be caused by refraction.
This is distorted on top, buddy.
I agree. It's
This is-
distorted on bottom
okay.
too.
Are you serious?
It's distorted.
Okay, is this so? This is a holographic projection wrapping
I
around
didn't
a globe.
say that.
16.
I didn't say that.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Then what are you saying? What is it?
I'm saying the light is bending. Okay, so
Is
there's
it
a
bending
difference.
around a-
There's a
It
difference
used-
between
hang on.
a holographic projection
You said
and
it was
light
just
just
light.
bending.
Is
Everything
the
that we
holographic-
see is just light.
is a holographic projection?
If we
light?
can see it in our eyes, it is light.
Is a holographic projection light?
Yes.
Okay, and you're saying
Okay, but
that's
that
just
doesn't mean
light.
that
Is this just
everything
light?
that we see
Is
is
this
light.
just light?
Everything
You just said before everything we see is light.
right. Everything we
Now
see
you're changing it?
is light.
Oh, okay. Now it is light.
I
Okay,
never
so
said
is
it
this a
wasn't.
Is this just light?
Yes, it is just light.
So it's a holographic projection. And
No, holographic projections can be light, but that doesn't mean that everything that we see is a holographic projection.
So everything we see is not light now.
No, you're that's not what I'm saying, Angel.
What are you saying?
I'm saying holographic projections can be light or are light.
How do you
Everything
get a holographic...
everything that we see is also light. That doesn't mean that if we see it and it's light, it's a holographic projection.
So
Because
yeah.
the fact that we can see this can means that there's light hitting our eyes.
is that a holographic projection?
No,
Is that can actually there, or is it a holographic projection?
it is actually here because
Okay.
I can touch it.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
just
so is this-
because
so is this.
Angel, just because light bends doesn't mean that it's a holographic projection. The light is just bending. We interact with bending light all of the time. That's what mirrors, it reflects, but it does still, the light bends.
All right. Well, I've got more proof of flat Earth. I've also got another observation. Because this guy wanted to see all the proofs of flat Earth apparently, so I'm going to do that for him.
Well, I mean that should always be what you bring to a debate, and we haven't seen it yet. So
yeah, says the guy who thinks that was a holographic projection wrapping around a globe 1,600 feet. Yeah, okay.
I love how you have to lie about what I said to feel better about yourself.
You literally said it was just light.
Everything that we see is light.
Yeah. Okay. So 88-foot observer from 139 miles away from Nevi, Italy, across to Montecinto, this entire mountainous region should be below the curvature of the Earth, 1,875 feet.
Right. Refraction.
So again,
next.
so this is another light projection.
It's light bending. Yes.
Around
If you
perfectly.
want to call that a hologram, go ahead. It's light bending.
Okay. Do you know
It's
how
not. It's not. Hang on. It's not perfect because a lot of that Mount Montecinto is cut off. We don't see the bottoms of that mountain.
Yeah. We don't see the bottoms.
Correct.
I
Okay,
showed
great.
that. I showed that in my opener.
Hang on.
Do you want to? So hang on. Hang on 1 second. So
okay.
you
Sorry.
said,
I'll let you talk more.
You said we don't see the bottoms. Is that due to curvature?
It's due that there's things disappearing bottom up.
So,
Correct.
so the Atmos can act in a way that it lifts objects up thousands of feet around a curve and places it down so that you can say that the bottoms are hidden by curvature.
If it were closer, we could see the bottom because it's not perfect. It's
No,
just
answer my question.
It's just
Answer my question.
I am, dude.
No, you're not. You're dodging.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Let me answer.
Yes. So you said the top of that mountain is actually below the curvature.
Correct.
Because it's bending around. Now you're asking, where's the bottom?
No, not because it's bending. Right. So it's bending. What? I haven't even started talking, dude.
You're contradicting yourself.
Impulse
like every
control.
Sentence.
Impulse control, dude. Impulse control.
All right, without the meta discussion, if he is contradicting himself every second,
every 2 seconds,
for sure, let's let him talk for a little bit and contradict himself by your estimation there. So, go ahead. There,
the bottoms.
So I was handing the floor back to ADHD to respond there. So go ahead, ADHD.
Okay, so the mountain exists where it's at. Okay, light is coming off. We'll say this can is the mountain. Okay, light is coming off of all of it. Okay, and all of it is being refracted. Okay, but it is far enough away that some of that refraction is hitting the globe, and we're only seeing some of what is being bent around the globe. That's the explanation. Okay,
so
I would like to move on away from refraction because you're just going to.
I want to reply to that. You literally
go ahead, reply
everything I show.
Go ahead. I haven't not. I'd explained it.
All right, I think he's giving you the last word, and then if you want to carry into something new there, Angel, go for it.
So you're saying that we're not actually, the top of that mountain is hidden behind the curve.
The bottom of the mountain is hidden behind the curve.
So why are you saying we're the bottoms then?
What?
You just said that you agreed the top is missing behind the curve.
I didn't say that, no. I said the bottom was missing. I said the bottom was missing.
The whole thing should be below the curvature, 1,800 feet.
But refraction exists. Me and you both agree that the atmosphere can distort images.
Is the top behind the curve? See this horizon? Is the top of that mountainous region behind the curvature?
So we can see it. So it is peeking up over the horizon. No, you can't just like declare yourself a winner, dude. So the top of it
thing should be below the curve.
The top of it is peaking above the horizon due to refraction. We've talked about refraction. You've not on the explanations of how refraction works.
You don't know what refraction is.
What
is Snell's law? If seeing as you think I don't know what refraction is, what is Snell's law?
I didn't say you don't know what refraction is.
So yes, you did.
You said I didn't know what refraction was. No, I didn't.
Refraction requires 2 mediums. How many mediums are we looking through?
Refraction doesn't require 2 mediums. It requires a change in density. It requires light towards the correct. That's why it bends down over the curve.
Do you know that
towards the denser medium? That's why it bends around the curve. Because if it
was toward bend down, how can it bend? So you're saying that mountain is behind the curve, right? The mountain's here, the curve's here. The mountain
and the light is bending down.
How's it bending down around a curve?
Okay, so here's our can, and here is the curve. Okay.
You know how silly you look to the audience right now.
Hang on. Let me just explain. Just let me explain, dude. Okay, so here's our can. Here is our curve. Okay, I don't have my globe with me. I don't know where it's at. So you have to deal with this. So our can is here. It's behind the curve. The bottoms of the can are being obstructed by the curve. All of it is being, so the light is coming, it comes off of all of the points in all of the directions, okay? So the light that is coming straight out is going to be blocked by the curve. But the light that is coming up is hitting the change in medium, and like you said, it bends towards the denser medium. So if it's coming up this direction, the denser medium is below it. So it's going to come up and bend because it bends towards the denser medium. So as it comes up, it's bending down around the curve.
Why did you move your hand up?
Because the light comes in all directions. Okay.
Why are you moving your hand up to bend it down?
Because light comes off of it in all directions. So the light that's coming straight off is hitting the globe. We're not seeing that. the light that is
Yeah.
coming, that is being refracted, or that is just bouncing off of it up, because you can see this from up here. That means light is going this direction. Okay, as it hits that density gradient that me and you both agree is there, as
And
light
is
comes
horizontal.
and is the density gradient going up, that is correct. That's
Yeah,
why
it
it's
isn't
important.
horizontal.
Would you stop cutting me off?
No. You're making false claims. You're making yourself look ridiculous here.
Wait, what was my false claim?
That light bends
Towards the
without
denser
having
medium?
without having two mediums. We're talking about the law of refraction.
Okay.
Can you cite me another law of refraction, please, that you're invoking?
The deviation of light or other electromagnetic wave from a straight line as it passes through the atmosphere due to the variation in air density as a function of height. This refraction is due to the velocity of light through air decreasing. The refractive index increases with increased density.
So
Wait. Would you like me to continue with my example?
So light goes through.
I got my
Hold
globe.
on. He wants to inject, so
Okay.
I don't think he does.
Go ahead. This
Wait
is
a
awesome.
second.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
You want him
so-
to continue? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. This is fun.
Okay, great. So we both agree that if the viewer is up here and looking at this can, they can see the bottom of this can, right? If they're looking down at it, they can see right here.
Okay.
Okay, great. So we agreed light is coming from right here to up here, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. So this is why I'm moving my hand up, because there is light going from here to here, right?
Is the can a mirage?
Hey, yes or no? Is there light going from here to here?
I already said yes.
Okay, great. So that means as it's going up in the density gradient, which we both agree exists, there's a density gradient. As light comes up, it is hitting the differences in densities, and it is bending towards, and it is bending toward the higher density.
The higher density now.
That's what you've been saying this entire time. Light bends towards the greater density.
So okay, so hang on.
Wait. Yes or no? Light goes
boundary?
towards the higher density. Yes or no?
It tends towards the denser medium. Yes.
Oh yeah. Okay, great. So we agree on that. Like I said. Okay, great.
It bends
Cool.
down, not up around.
No,
a curve.
it bends. So the light itself is moving up because we know that there's someone.
Let me
wait. Let me
reply.
There's someone up here looking at the can. So that means that there is light moving this direction.
The can's meant to be behind the curve. The can's
Go ahead.
meant to be behind. Yeah, the can's meant to be behind the curve. I'm not sure why you're showing someone up looking down at it, but the law of refraction, Snell's law, requires two mediums. It requires the light to pass between the boundary of two different mediums, like glass, water, or air. Gas is one medium. How many mediums is the Atmos? One. It's got gas. Are we looking through glass here?
So wait a second. I have a question about what you're saying about Snell's law. What is defined as a medium in Snell's law?
Something that light can pass through, basically.
Okay, so what you're saying, the confusion here is that you're saying that a denser medium, the denser air on bottom and the less dense on top is the same medium.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Is it both gas? Is it gas?
Yes. So that's where the confusion.
One medium.
Wait. I want to try and look at this from both sides. Okay. That's what I think.
Like, dude,
no, dude,
away.
wait. I'm trying to do an olive branch here. I'm trying to figure out why you're confused about this. Okay.
You're confused. Saying, you don't know what refraction is.
You are saying, dude, I'm trying to be nice here. So you're saying that the denser medium on the denser atmosphere is the same medium as the higher atmosphere, right? Is that
it's both gas?
Okay. So the disconnect here is that as light travels from the denser to the less dense, that is still a change in medium. According to what I'm saying. Is it
still gas? Is it still gas?
So wait. So according to what I'm saying, they're two different mediums. Okay, that's where I am coming from. I want you to just understand where I'm coming from, and if you do, then I'm happy to move on. I just want you to understand where I'm coming from.
You're misquoting Snell's law. Snell's law requires two mediums, like air or glass.
Okay,
or
so again, what I'm saying.
One
what
second.
I'm trying to
Air is one
get
medium, and you
I'm
are
trying to
dodging the
get common
question
ground
that
here.
I
I'm not
asked
dodging.
you. Can you stop interrupting me?
I mean, I was talking and you started, so
Snell's law requires two different mediums.
correct. And that's
Air,
and I'm
air
trying
is
to get
one
common
medium.
I'm trying to get
Okay,
common
just real
ground
quick.
with you.
Okay, there's no common ground. There's either right or wrong. So Snell's law requires two mediums. Are we looking through air?
So we're looking at different densities of air. I would
No, we're not. We're looking horizontally.
So but there is the air density, and I showed you that light moves horizontally. There is light that moves horizontally.
Dude, yeah, and there's
So
gradient is
again,
not horizontal.
I want to get a common ground with you because I don't want this.
Can we both agree that the gradient is not horizontal?
Well, I've already said that it is vertical. That is correct.
Why are you invoking the density gradient then?
So we're looking at this can. I can come up at this can and look down at it, and light is still hitting my eyes. Okay.
Well, that means that we're not looking down.
Hang on.
Across.
Hang on. You got to visualize. Right. Calm down. You can't get mad at me for interrupting you if you're going to interrupt me.
Go ahead.
Okay. So that means that there is light hitting this
we are past
can.
time, but yeah, let's
Okay, we can move on. That's fine. We can move on.
Also, just to clear up this point.
No, it's okay. I mean, this is just a check-in time. So I mean,
yeah. Just to clear up
before we wrap up any points, because it might not actually be the wrap up. Okay, we'll take.
So wait,
like,
I don't want
like,
if we're going to continue talking about this, I want to finish my point and not let Angel. I was mid-sentence when he chimed in.
Go ahead.
Did you miss that? Were you just not listening?
That was me. I did say we were over time. I did jump in. I'm sorry to be on top of you there, ADHD. But yeah, what I can do, because I before you do respond, I want to give you guys a chance. If you need to step out for a second, use washroom. If you need to grab an Angel's good. If you need to grab yourself a beverage or anything like that.
I got my beverage.
Okay, you're good there. Your audio.
All right.
Oh, okay. It's delayed for some reason. Okay.
Can I continue?
Let's just carry on then, gents. How long would you guys like to carry into the open discussion?
Okay,
I will give ADHD the chance to wrap up his thought there before you, because I don't think you're going to forget what you're about to go into. So just before we do move on, just because you got your screen share up there. But how long do you want me to set a timer for before we go into a Q&A? Would you like to do another, like I say, another 45-minute round, or would you like to maybe do 20 minutes and then go to Q&A? How are you guys feeling?
I would like some time to talk about the findings of the final experiment before we go to Q&A.
No, we went through the final experiment. I thought this was
we went through shadows. Yeah, it is, and the final experiment disproves the flat Earth.
Okay. Oh, you need curvature for that, bud.
I've got curvature.
Where?
Horizon dip angles.
The horizon's not a physical location. Of course it would dip.
Okay, great. Then we won't talk about it.
So you don't have glow proof then. You don't have curvature proof.
All right. I'm going to set another 20-minute timer, and then I'm going to check in with you guys.
Okay,
so go ahead. What were you going to say?
Okay, so you were confused as to why I'm talking about light bending through the density gradient.
Around a curve.
Okay,
around a curve, correct.
Right. Okay, so we have this can is your mount, whatever it was. There's a density gradient through here. Okay, if we were in an airplane and we could look down at it, we could see the bottom. Correct? We could see the mountain like right here, right next to it. We could still see the bottom, right?
Yeah, we're looking at the the surface.
Right. So you got to hang on with me before you start hand waving things away. So that means that there is light coming from the bottom to the top up here, right? To wherever we're observing. There is light coming from bottom up. That means there is light that is traveling up through the atmosphere. Okay. As that light travels up through the atmosphere, some of that atmosphere is less dense than others. And when we go from a less dense to a more dense to a less dense medium, it is going to refract. Okay.
Which direction?
It's going to refract towards the denser medium. That means that it's going to start, as it's coming up towards this airplane up here, it's going to start refracting down.
Quick.
As we are on our globe here, it's going to go up, but it's going to refract around the curve. Okay. towards the
Okay, are
denser
you
medium.
done? Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done, and I'm good to move on. You make your final
Okay,
point, and I'm good to
so
move on to the next thing.
so the light, what causes light to actually bend is if it changes speed. If the light increases speed, it bends up, not down. But so you just debunked yourself. But
No.
also,
Wait. Light isn't increasing speed when it goes when it refracts. It decreases in speed.
When light can bend up or down depending if it speeds up or slows down. Okay, so on screen, the vertical gradient. Do you see the crepuscular rays?
Yes,
Are these straight or are they curving?
they appear to be straight.
Okay, thank you. So light doesn't bend through a density gradient.
That's not. No, that's a weird
You
connection
just
to
agreed
make.
to. You just
Okay,
agreed to that.
I'm good to move on. I disagree with his outcome based off of the premises, but we are good to move on to the
So
next
just
point if you would
not.
like to.
You
I
just
would like to
not
talk about
everything.
I explained refraction. You can't just say I'm not because I actually explained my point. So
Yeah.
let's move on to the final experiment. Some of the things that they observed while they were down there. You can say it's not an experiment. That's fine. I don't care. So how can you explain a 20 oh first off, I do want to ask a question. Do you think they saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica while they were there?
If they did, it appeared that the sun was a lot more local, which yeah, it doesn't work on the globe,
Okay,
which
so
that doesn't make
so
sense.
we both agree that they saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
I mean, I
Can
saw a video of it, but yeah.
Okay, because I have a video of you saying that you have retracted and that you believe Witsit.
Yeah, I believe Witsit, but on the
Okay,
premise that that he was what he was saying was true. That's what I said. So and he admitted that the divergence of shadows, he actually saw that when he was there. That's impossible to see that
okay, that's
if
fine.
if the sun
We're no
is.
longer talking about the diverging shadows. I would like to talk about the sun itself. Can you show how a
Yeah.
24-hour sun works on the flat Earth?
It's been modeled by Joseph Hanvey.
Can you
This
show me?
is no, I'm not going to show you right now. You can look it up. I don't claim a model anyway.
Okay, so if you're not going to show it, and you're just saying that there is no model, but we've modeled it out,
Yeah.
so you can't that is something you can't explain.
Well, you can look up Joseph Hanvey. I just said that.
I don't want to do your research. I'm asking
Yeah,
you,
well,
how do you explain that on a flat
I
Earth?
I didn't model it. Joseph
Okay,
Hanvey
I'm not
modeled
asking
it.
about Hanvey. I'm asking how do you explain it on a flat Earth?
I didn't model it. I don't know how
Okay,
it
I'm
works on a
not
flat
talking
Earth.
about Hanvey. I'm asking how do you explain
I
a
don't know how it
24-hour
works.
sun? So you don't know
Do you know?
how it works
Yeah.
on a globe? Absolutely.
Hmm. Okay. Does the globe require curvature for that to work?
Yes. So
Okay.
you're
But
going to run away
okay.
from the 24-hour sun
No,
in
no,
Antarctica.
you what you're doing is a begging the question fallacy. You're saying if Earth globe, then this would happen. This happens, therefore
No,
globe.
I'm still talking about the flat Earth. I'm asking how do you explain that on the flat Earth?
I
I
can't.
remember in my opening statement, I didn't say the 24-hour
I
sun in Antarctica proves a globe. I didn't say that. In fact, I
Right,
said it
exactly.
doesn't
Right. So why are we talking about it?
because I want to know how do you explain it on a flat
It's been
Earth?
modeled by Joseph Hanvey. He's got a
I'm not
dome.
asking how
He's got a
Hanby
big
models it. I
dome.
want you to
He's
explain it.
I literally am explaining it. He's got a dome and he's got a light goes around. He's got a two-way mirror acting as a fluid medium, and it creates on the edge anti-rotation. He's actually
And
modeled this with the stars. I can show you that with
you've
the
proven the
stars.
dome.
Yeah, gas pressure requires containment. Can you name me one example of a pressure gradient or pressure
I
without a
want you to
container?
prove to me the dome because what
Yep,
you were
no
doing
worries.
because just like how in order for me to say that the 24-hour sun proves that the earth is a globe, I have to have
Mhm.
somehow curvature, right?
Are
So
you
for
aware of? Yeah,
you to say the way that it explains on a flat earth is that there's a dome. Well, now
yeah,
you've got to prove that there's a dome.
no
Oh, no,
worries. Easy.
unless it's they begging the question fallacy. So go ahead and
Okay, well,
prove your dome.
yeah, no worries. So gas pressure in the form of a gradient or not requires containment because
Can you show me that? Can you
you
show
cannot.
me why
Hang
where
on,
is the
dude.
proof of
You
that?
1 second. Every single example of pressure we have requires containment. So real quick, I'm just going to share my screen. So what you're doing, in fact, is a big in the question fallacy. You're saying the Earth has a pressure gradient, but it's not contained, when all examples of
How is
pressure
that a big
gradients
in the
we
question
have,
fallacy?
because you're assuming that Earth is the only thing in existence that doesn't need containment. And do you know what scalars are?
What
Scalar?
is a scalar? No.
So
What
gas,
is it?
do you agree that gas moves in all directions?
Grass does move in all directions unless there is a force imparted on it.
No, gas moves in all directions.
So wind doesn't exist
Gas moves in all directions.
unless
I'm not talking about
unless
wind.
there is a force imparted on it.
I'm not talking about wind.
If there's a force,
What force would be?
wind is
What force
gas.
would? Okay, so
You know what
gas,
force I'm
gas.
talking
Hang
about.
on.
You don't have to ask. You know. You just say it.
What, gravity?
Uh-huh.
Gravity is not a force in your paradigm.
So gravity it can be looked at as a force. There is a force due to gravity. That's the legit. The force due to gravity.
Gravity's never been proven with.
It has been proven.
Where?
Cavendish experiment proves gravity.
Cavendish experiment didn't prove gravity.
Yes, it
What
did.
was the independent variable for that?
Sorry, the Cavendish observation proved gravity.
No, what was the independent variable that proved gravity? How did it isolate gravity?
So they isolated it by making sure that there was no other forces that could impart on the. So for the audience, the Cavendish experiment is they had a bunch of lead balls. They had 2 lead balls that were suspended on a pivot that was suspended by some wire, and then they had 2 massive lead balls. And the littler lead balls, they would move toward those larger masses. And this is an experiment of proof of gravity. And
Really?
the way that you can do this experiment is you can make sure to use non-electric or non-static materials so they don't have an electric charge. You can do it inside of a Faraday cage. You can do it in a vacuum. You can isolate all of the different variables. So the only thing that can be moving that arm is gravity.
So you can't actually isolate electrostatics completely. Did you know that?
Okay.
No,
what?
So a Faraday cage still has.
So I like how you asked me a question,
so hang on real quick,
then you answered for me
because you didn't know.
I disagree with you.
You just said a Faraday cage completely removes electrostatics.
I didn't say that.
You said it removes electrostatics.
No. I didn't say a Faraday cage removes electrostatic.
What does it do then? What does
it prevents whatever the hand wavy, it's electrostatics from.
You don't know what you're talking about. Can I speak now?
No, because you asked me a question.
So do
you want me to you lied about what I said, and then now you're angry that I want to clarify what I said.
The independent variable has to be gravity, the thing that you manipulate in order to prove gravity. Did they manipulate gravity and isolate it in the Cavendish experiment?
They isolated it, yes, and they can manipulate it by using different size balls.
So the independent variable is gravity or weight of the balls. Which one is it?
It is the mass. So it is you can manipulate gravity by using different masses of balls.
What was the DV? What was the dependent variable?
The dependent variable is the direction that the arm moves.
So the observed phenomena is seeing things in reality going sideways
towards the massive object. Yes.
Where do we observe that?
In the Cavendish experiment.
Where do we observe? That's an experiment to prove the cause and effect. The Cavendish went sideways, right?
Yes, it did. Yes, because we also
observe that in reality?
It's because we also controlled for the downward bias of the globe.
Where do we see that in reality?
Things going sideways
and sticking to
So we don't see it caused by gravity very much because. Hang on, let me explain why. Because in in nature we can't. It's not isolated for gravity. We do see things go down.
So it didn't prove gravity then.
Hang on. Just because we can't see it also in nature doesn't mean that in isolation wasn't gravity.
Science starts with observation. You have to observe a natural phenomenon.
And what was the natural phenomenon that made us start thinking of gravity? What is that natural phenomena?
Yeah, downward acceleration.
Things falling down. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
So we agree
So
that there
did
is
you where was
there
it
is a
proven?
natural phenomenon that we're observing. We observe
The
things
Cavendish went
go.
sideways.
So hang on. We observe things go down. Okay. Now
Yeah.
our
That's not
hypothesis. Hang on.
good.
Our
Gonna
hypothesis,
get
based
cooked.
off of things going down, is that things fall towards the denser medium, or things fall
Yeah,
towards the
correct.
more massive object. I was in the other part of the debate. Things fall towards the massive, the most massive object. That was the basis of gravity. That's the Newtonian gravity. Was things that fall towards the globe because it's the massive object and it's pulling things towards it. So
Does
our
everything pull?
hypothesis is that things have an innate gravity. Okay.
Okay.
Now we need to be able to test this. I say this massive lead ball has gravity, but I need to figure out a way to test if this massive lead ball has gravity. So I'm going to create a experiment that will see if a smaller lead ball will go towards the bigger lead ball. Okay. And we observe this in nature, not by going sideways, by going towards the bigger ball, right? That's the observation, is things going towards smaller things going towards bigger things.
Did the balls go down towards the Earth?
If you cut the string, yes, they would.
Okay. So you know that little g, do you know what the difference between big G and little g is?
Little
Thing
g
is, you
is
know
the
so much about
gravitational
gravity.
constant, right? The 9.8, just the
Which one?
is it little g or the big G that's
So
gravitational
you don't even
constant?
know. You don't, why are you talking about gravity if you don't even know?
So I'm asking a clarifying question because I don't do the math very
Well,
often.
you're trying to teach me what gravity is.
So
You said
do you
you
notice
said
how
it.
you have
Hang
to
on,
use
hang on.
gotcha questions? Oh, you don't know what little
it's
g. So little
you
g.
said it's been proven, and you don't even know the difference between little g and big G.
So
You don't
does that
even. Okay,
matter
wait,
on if
wait.
it's proven or not? My
Yes,
knowledge on it.
yes,
My
because I know how.
knowledge matters on if it's
Yes,
proven or not.
yeah, because you're
My
trying to tell me,
knowledge matters if it's
dude.
proven.
You're trying to tell me it's been proven, and you don't know
Uh-huh.
how it's been proven. I'm
I
telling
do.
you,
I told you it has been proven using the Cavendish
they've
experiment.
never isolated gravity
I
and
I told you
manipulated it.
we have
No, so
isolated
now let
gravity.
me speak now. So now the reason why things fall down or go up is relative density in the medium and electrostatics. So if we have so we can actually manipulate this. We can prove that it's actually the cause with a Venn diagram generator. You can get small objects. You can introduce electrostatics on them, make them
I have a
weightless,
quick clarifying question.
make them weightless, and they will float. Okay, so you can get a
I think it's
helium
fair. So
balloon.
if he wants to
Add it.
ask, just before you continue on, I think it's fair.
I
Hasn't
gave
been
him all that
that
time
many
to,
injections. So if you want to clarify something,
Is the downward
all right, let's
bias
just make it quick then. There's a
is
bit
the
of a
doer
delay.
is the downward bias due to density or due to electrostatics?
I believe it's both.
The downward bias
All right,
specifically.
let's let Angel
Yeah,
continue. So
both.
Oh, okay. Continue.
you wanted to
Both.
ask that clarifying question.
Yeah,
So we've
that's
asked it.
that's what I wanted to
Let's
ask.
carry on.
Keep going.
So we can introduce electrostatics to a helium balloon, I've actually done this before. You can levitate a helium balloon by adding half air, half helium, add electric charge to it, and it'll go up or down. So that proves that it's density buoyancy electrostatics. You've never isolated gravity to do anything. You've never shown an orbit. You've never manipulated gravity to make objects float. You've never manipulated gravity to make things heavier. You can just beg the question and say, little g, the accepted acceleration rate is due to gravity when it's never been proven. So you asked me, how do we prove the dome, right? You don't
Is
know
it my
what
turn to
gravity is.
respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So you said that it's both density and the electrostatic charge that causes the downward bias, not one or the other.
Mhm.
Okay. So you said that we can apply an electrostatic charge to a balloon and make it go up. Is there a different electrostatic charge for everything, or is there just one electrostatic charge created? Is there just
Everything's in flux.
So there's a different electrostatic charge on me than with this little desktop globe. There's a different we have different electrostatic charges.
Everything's in flux.
Like the electrostatic charge that is imparted on me that makes me go down.
Everything's in flux, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to back that up.
Can you back up that everything is
I'm gonna
neutral?
need you to back that up.
What are you trying to get me to back up?
So
you just made a claim.
No, I asked you if this is what is required by your model, and you said yes.
What was your question? What was your question?
Oh, okay, so you said that you can apply an electrostatic charge on a balloon and make it go up, right?
Yeah, or down.
Okay, great. So
yeah.
I'm assuming that you can't apply that same electrostatic charge to me to make me go up, right?
No, because you have way too much mass.
Okay, great. So that means that the electrostatic charge that is on me to make me go down is more than the electrostatic charge imparted on the balloon.
No, so buoyancy and density supersedes the electrostatic gradient. So you
okay, so then
down.
why does buoyancy and density go down and not up?
Density does go down depending on the
right. That's my question. Why does it go down, not up?
Why does what go down, not up?
So why does a more dense object, like you were saying that density and buoyancy is what makes things go down, why down, not up?
Because it's more dense than the air surrounding it.
And
it's going towards a dense medium, which is the Earth.
More dense. This is more dense than this. It's going towards a more denser medium, which is the Earth.
Yeah.
What is that called?
You know, the Earth has density.
You just invoked gravity.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. It goes towards the denser medium, which is the Earth. That's gravity, my dude.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. What is it then?
You've never isolated gravity to prove it.
What is it?
It's buoyancy, density in the relative medium.
Specifically what you said.
One second, seeking equilibrium.
Okay, you said that things go towards the denser medium.
Do things in reality seek equilibrium?
Why do things go towards the denser medium?
Because they're seeking equilibrium.
So they get to decide then.
A helium balloon goes up, right?
Because it is less dense than air.
Is a rock more dense than air?
Correct.
Would you expect the rock to go up if it's more dense? If a helium balloon
because of gravity. Yeah, so that's my question.
Wait, gravity makes a helium balloon
listen to my question. Listen to my question. Where I'm coming from is I don't see why density gradients have to arrange the denser medium on top, because it seems like it could be just as valid for the denser medium to be on, or sorry, that I don't see why in the flat Earth model, why denser things have to go down. Because right here, this little globe here,
I just explained it.
It is more dense than this air up here. It's more dense than this air. So because it's more dense, couldn't it be pushed up because it's the denser thing and there's less dense above it?
If I have a rock and I drop it, no matter all the air surrounding the rock is less dense than the rock. So
yeah, but so is the air up top. So why is the downward bias not an upward bias?
Because it's less dense than the air that's around the rock.
Yeah, so that's my point.
It's still less dense.
That's my point.
Are you serious?
You have the rock. The less it falls because there's less. It is more dense than the air below it, right?
Is the rock more dense than all the air surrounding it?
All the air surrounding it, yes, absolutely.
Correct. There you go.
So why down?
So what's the problem?
Why down? Why not sideways or up?
Because it's more dense.
But it's more dense than this area.
Yeah, so it goes down below it.
But it's more more dense than this air here. Can you stop sharing so we can see each other?
Why are you pointing to a globe?
It is an object. I can point to this 3D printed Bernie Sanders, or I can point to this little flowery circle thing.
Okay, is that more dense than the air, the object you're holding right now?
So is what more dense than the object I'm holding?
That object you're holding, is it more dense than air?
Yes.
Will it go up or down?
That's what I'm asking you. Why does it go down?
Because it's less dense than the medium it's surrounding.
So, but
it's
why
more
down,
dense than the medium.
But why down?
Because it's more dense than the medium. But
why down?
Because
it's more dense than the medium above it too.
Yeah, so it goes down.
So why is that
why does the helium balloon why doesn't the helium balloon go down?
Question.
Why doesn't the helium balloon go down?
Because it is less dense than the air above it.
Okay, that's my point.
I have a downward bias.
Really? So do I. Electrostatics.
Okay, so
We have an
now we've
electrostatic
gotten
gradient.
to my
I
question.
mentioned this at the beginning.
Electrostatics is the downward bias. That's what I wanted. I
And-
wanted you to
yeah.
tell me what the downward bias was, because density alone doesn't make sense, because right now there's
I said
density
that from the beginning.
right, but from the beginning I asked what's the downward bias, and you said both density and electrostatics.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we can get to the meat and potatoes of what I'm talking about. So electrostatics is, in your opinion, what makes things go down.
It determines the downward bias.
Correct. Yes.
Density
yes.
density
yes.
and
The downward
buoyancy.
bias.
Density
The
and
gravity
buoyancy
causes the downward bias, and the density is, we've got the same.
Electrostatics
Right.
creates the downward. Dude,
Right. I'm trying to get a common.
I'm trying to reply to you. Can you chill out for a second? Can you chill for a second?
I'm trying to get a common ground.
Electrostatics is constantly discharging to the earth.
Let him clarify.
The atmosphere is
carry on.
The atmos is positively charged. The ground is negatively charged. But objects have mass and they're held together with electrostatics that will supersede that force. So a helium balloon is less dense than the medium, it goes up. A rock is more dense than the medium, it goes down. If I drop a rock in water, it's more dense than that medium, it goes down.
Yeah.
If I drop a ping pong ball in air, goes down through the air, sits on top of the water because it's less dense than the water.
Right. So what I'm excited about is that we have a commonality. Okay. So we have this commonality of what density and buoyancy does. Okay. What we disagree
Archimedes
on.
principle.
What?
Archimedes principle.
Okay, cool. So we have an agreement of what density and buoyancy does. Okay. Buoyancy brings something up if it's less dense than the air around it, right? So what we are disagreeing on is a downward bias, correct?
The downward bias can be measured.
Right.
Are you denying that there's electrostatic gradient in the atmos?
No. I'm trying to get.
So what are you saying then?
I'm trying to clarify where our disconnect is.
There is no disconnect. You're not understanding. This is you, not me.
That's what a disconnect is. If one of us isn't understanding the other, that means there's a disconnect.
Yeah, so what's the problem? Everything I explained to you is correct.
Right.
What problem are we having?
You keep asking me what my problem is, then cutting me off when I'm trying to explain. What I'm excited because we've got common ground here. And now we're trying to figure out what that downward bias is.
Electrostatics.
Okay, so how come things still fall in a Faraday cage?
Because there's still electrostatics. The object still has mass.
Okay, so it doesn't matter the electrostatics of the atmosphere and the ground?
Like I said for the third time, electrostatics creates the downward bias.
Mm-hmm.
It is superseded by density and buoyancy.
Okay, so what if we were to create a Faraday cage and put a vacuum inside of it?
A Faraday cage still has electrostatics, and the object still has mass and electrostatics.
Right. So, but a Faraday cage blocks electrostatics from the outside from getting
not
in.
Fully.
Can you show me?
No, not fully.
Can you show me?
Not fully. Are you claiming that?
Can you show me?
Can you show me that it actually does block fully?
I don't know, actually. I want your claim.
Oh my gosh, dude. Are you serious?
Yep. So
okay. So what's your problem now?
So my problem is that there's things, if it were electrostatics, and this is where I'm trying to get to, is you made a balloon float using electrostatics. In theory, you should be able to use that same principle to make anything that you want lighter.
You can.
What is the heaviest
with the Van de Graaff generator?
What is the heaviest thing that we have ever lifted using a Van de Graaff generator?
With a Van de Graaff generator, you can do like iron filings, all kinds of little objects.
Okay.
Right?
So we can't get past there. Would you agree that there's a certain point that we can't get past that this generator just can't lift? Yes.
Yes, because you would need to introduce a lot of electrostatics to lift a heavier object.
So
but you could do it. You could do it. Can you do that with gravity?
Can you show me? Can you show me that happening?
A Van de Graaff generator?
No, I want you, because you keep saying we can do it. I want you to
a Van de Graaff generator.
But you said that it could only get to like some iron filings. That's not very much.
Yeah, but the fact that we can do that, can you do that with gravity? Can you isolate gravity and make things float?
Um, no, because
No.
we
Why?
would because we're still within the gravitational pull of the globe.
Why does the helium balloon go up? Has mass.
Because of density and buoyancy. Because remember, so that is why I got excited a
Not
second
politically.
ago. Wait. That's why I got excited for a second back there, is because we agree on what
All right.
density and buoyancy does. That's why I wanted to
Yeah.
specify what your downward bias was. Your downward bias isn't
I think we
density and
should move on
buoyancy.
from this because this is going nowhere.
Yes, I would like to go back to the
Fast.
24-hour sun.
Again,
No, well, you got onto this tangent
you
when
literally just
I
said,
wanted you to
you literally
prove,
just made that point.
but you didn't actually address it. You said
Well,
dome,
yes,
and
I
I said
did.
prove dome, and then you're like gas pressure.
Oh yeah, proof done. That's right. Gas pressure. Can you give me one example of gas pressure that's not contained, that's not the Earth? Can you give me one example?
Of gas pressure not contained that is not the Earth?
Correct.
Yes.
What?
Anytime I boil water, there's a denser area over that water, and it is pushing up and is not contained.
There's pressure there?
Yeah.
You're assuming the Earth is not contained.
No. So
Yes, you are.
and you have to understand where I'm coming from. This is why we got into
You're
the
putting
gravity in the first place.
you're putting a measuring pressure in the Earth and saying, look, there's a pressure gradient, therefore it's not contained. When every single example requires containment.
No, I didn't say therefore
Does
it's not
it?
contained.
Can you create a vacuum without a container?
No,
All right,
not here on
before
Earth.
we do
No.
get
Is
into
the vacuum
other. So hold on, just before we continue on, there is a delay on the stream, so it is very hard to try to jump in here. So if it seems like I'm coming on you guys at a really awkward moment, I do apologize. When we go to Q&A, I'll do a reinvite. But just where ADHD was about to say, he's trying to make some clarity. He said, you got to understand where I'm coming from. And then we kind of got into this side tangent. I do want to try to go back to that point and then move on from there. So if you want to clarify their ADHD, and then we'll try to make sure that everybody's coming across there. All right.
Okay. So the explaining where I'm coming from is you're saying that gas pressure can't exist without a container. Well,
correct?
I'm saying that gas pressure exists where there is a force acting upon the gas, right? Okay, so bear with me. So gravity is pulling in my paradigm. You can shake your head no and disagree. That's fine. I want you to understand in my paradigm where this is coming from. Okay, so there is a very massive object and it is pulling everything towards it. Okay, and so the reason there is that density is because the further away from the Earth you are, the less the pull is. And so the less dense it's going to be because it's pulling things denser down, and then it arranges. So the answer to this is that gravity exists. Okay, you're saying show me gas pressure without a container. Well, in my paradigm, that container is gravity. That's why we got onto that gravity. I know you're shaking your head because you don't agree with gravity. That's totally fine. I want you to understand where my where it's coming from in the
I
globe
know, yeah.
paradigm.
Yeah, I know
Right?
where it comes from.
Yeah. So you understand that to say that where is gas pressure without a container? Well, the globe has a container. You just now have to address that container itself.
The globe has a physical container.
I didn't say physical container. It is the
It has to be a
gravity
physical.
is. It doesn't have to be a
The
physical container. No.
the definition of gas pressure is the amount of force exerted by the particles on the walls of its container.
It's on an area, not the walls of a container. It is on an area.
Area of what? A volume?
Of whatever is sensing it. Do you know what a barometer
No,
is?
no, yeah.
Is
Yes,
a
I do.
barometer
One
the
second.
container of the atmosphere?
No,
Okay.
again, you're begging the
So
question.
no, I'm not. So you're saying
I'll
that
share my screen.
gas pressure is
Sure
the
thing.
force against the container. Well, a barometer measures gas pressure. Yes or no?
Yeah, in the Earth.
Yeah, a barometer measures gas
Is the
pressure.
Earth
Yes.
contained? Is the Earth
So
contained?
does a barometer?
Yes. Is the
Okay.
Earth
So
contained?
but the barometer isn't the container but we're still measuring gas pressure. So that means that gas
Is
pressure.
the Earth contained?
Hang on, dude. That means that the gas pressure is not the force exerted on the container. It's the force exerted on an area, because we can use a barometer to measure gas pressure.
Okay.
If it was only the container, we could only measure it on the walls of the container. So
Okay,
go ahead.
Yeah. So NASA even admits, right? Your Church of Science admits that gas requires a container.
I don't use NASA to prove anything.
Volume of container. Can you show me a volume where there's
Where is this talking about gas pressure?
Right, on screen, bud. Can you read?
But that's not gas pressure. That's not gas pressure.
What does this say here?
That's gas, not gas pressure.
Gas pushes out in all directions. One second. Gas pushes out in all directions on the walls of its container.
Yes, but that's not pressure. What this is showing.
Are you kidding me, dude? What is this a container?
Yes, but this isn't talking about gas pressure.
It's literally on the screen, bud. Are you joking?
Okay, show me the words gas pressure.
Gas, shape of container.
Where's gas pressure?
Phases of matter.
Okay, great. So what this is doing? Can I respond? Can I respond? Can I respond? Can I respond? Can I respond?
This is talking about objects in the container. Container, volume, fixed.
All right. Let's let him respond and give you a little space there. So
this isn't talking about gas pressure. So what this is talking about is the properties of each of the phases of matter. Okay, the properties of nope. Throw that back up. We're still talking about it.
I'll go ahead, talk.
No, throw it back up so I can see it.
Oh, okay. You need to see how it says gas again.
I need to see where it says pressure, but throw it back up.
That's what I was pulling.
Throw it back up so I can talk about it.
Fuck, I'm pulling it up.
All right, let's just let him pull it up there. Thanks for doing that, Angel, and let's carry on.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because we're talking about the thing that you're showing, and then you made it go away. So a solid, the properties of a solid is that it holds its own shape and it has a fixed volume. The properties of liquid is that it takes the shape of the container, it has a free surface, and it has a fixed volume. The properties of gas is that it takes the shape of the container and it fills the volume of the container. This has nothing to do with gas pressure.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not, because it's not talking about the gas imparting a force against the walls of the container.
That's how you have gas pressure. That's the definition of it.
Right. I know that that's what gas pressure is. But
what is the definition of gas pressure?
This photo, this picture does not talk about gas pressure.
It's literally on the screen, bud.
Where does it talk about gas pressure?
What? Okay, can you define gas pressure real quick?
So gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts on a surface area.
Oh, a container.
It can be the container, but it doesn't have to be.
It has to be a container. No, it has to be a container.
So barometers don't work.
So if you're again
do barometers work?
Yes, they.
Okay,
yeah.
so then it doesn't have to be the container. It can be something within the container. No, that's not a begging. You can't just throw out fallacies willy-nilly.
Yes, you are. Show me one example other than that. That's not the Earth. You can't do it.
Okay,
you have to invoke the Earth.
So again, a barometer isn't the container. That means
it's measuring the gas pressure, right?
Right. So that means that how can it measure the gas pressure?
Real quick.
I'm sorry. Did the middle of my sentence cut off the beginning of yours?
It actually did, because I'm going to show you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Continue with your interrupts.
So what does this say here? Gas pressure is the force exerted by the particles.
I don't accept any AI answers. Go find an actual.
Of the container.
I don't accept any AI answers. Okay. Go and find an actual source.
What? Oh wow, dude! Really? Can you find me a source that says gas pressure is not the wall exerting force on the particles in the walls of the container? Seriously, dude.
Barometers.
Barometer is measuring the gas pressure.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. You can't.
Is the Earth contained? No.
By gravity.
Big in the question fallacy. So I'd like to move.
That's not a big in the question fallacy. If it were solely if it required a container, then you couldn't measure it with a barometer. Now, this is what my example of boiling air or boiling water on a stove. Okay, so you have as
You're
the
using the earth.
hang on, we're gonna get there. Just patience. So if we have our pot of boiling water, what comes out of that boiling water?
Steam.
Steam. Is steam a gas?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I were to put a piece of paper kind of hanging over that pot and that steam came up, would it push on that paper?
Yeah. Would that increase the pressure?
Yes, because that it is
There you go.
exerting pressure on that piece of paper.
Exactly my point. Is the atmosphere
Can I get to my point
exerting
before you interject?
is the atmosphere
So
exerting
is that a no
pressure
that I
against the
can't get
walls
to
of
my
the
point
container?
of the example?
Go ahead, dude.
So the point of the example is that that is now gas pressure existing without a container. There
it?
is no container of the steam coming off of my stove. That is pressure
How do
outside
you
of a
okay.
container.
Can
Continue.
you
Go for
how
it.
do you can increase pressure with temperature or volume? That's the only two ways to do it. Can you increase pressure with gravity? Can you experiment with that?
Not without going
No,
outside of the bounds of the
no.
earth. No.
There you go. No. So great.
Okay, but
Can I
that
move on to
doesn't
my next point?
that doesn't wait. That doesn't disprove if gravity were real, you still wouldn't let's assume let's take your stance.
Um,
Let's take your stance. Gravity
mhm.
doesn't exist. But if it did, then we still couldn't test it because you're within the bounds of the globe.
So
So
then it's not
you're
science.
literally asking something that is impossible if I'm right. If I am
Okay,
right, then you're asking for me to do something impossible.
can you show me a vacuum without a container?
Not within the Earth's atmosphere, no.
There you go. So you can't
So
can't go any
where
further.
is
So begging the
the
question false.
no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You
So
can't just say begging
I'd like
the
to.
question
You're
fallacy.
using the Earth in question as your proof.
No, I'm not. I didn't say that.
Yes, you are.
I said that you just can't do it next to the Earth. You can't do
But we
it
can
within
show
the
you.
atmosphere.
Okay, great. Can I move on to the next point? This is going nowhere.
Run. Yeah, we can go to the next point.
Okay, great. So I'd like to show you my time lapses. Just one sec.
No worries. I had set another timer there for another 11 minutes or so, but you guys let me know when you're ready, and I'll just keep setting the timers just so that our audience has a feel post stream of how we kind of moved through the subject, so they can timestamp it better. But
Perfect.
Yeah, rest assured, there people in the live chat who might be criticizing Zazen, the one person criticizing my moderation. These guys are just really rolling along steady. I have to say, you got to appreciate speakers like Angel and ADHD projects on Modern Day Debate coming out and having a great back and forth. It's been a long time since I haven't had to do the muted back and forth. So I super appreciate it, guys. You're not making me work super hard for it, and I love it.
And
so I can actually listen. I appreciate it. So
All right. So
well, real quick, I want to talk to James real quick. You not James, Ryan. Sorry. Wait. Now I'm confused. Your thing says James. It's Ryan, right?
yeah, it's Ryan. No worries.
Okay. I looked at your name because I've been looking at the name to refer to Angel. So I want to say I was disappointed the last couple of debates I was in because of the lack of moderation, and you guys have really stepped up your game, and I have super appreciated the last probably month or so of debates. You guys have been doing a really good job, and I appreciate that super much.
Oh, well, thank you
Wow.
for saying that as well. And yeah, if you like Modern Day Debate, if you're hanging out in the live chat and appreciate what you're seeing on screen, hit the like button, share this out in the spaces you like having these discussions. We do appreciate the speakers that come out to Modern Day Debate for sure. But yeah, thank you guys for making this so digestible. So go ahead there, Angel, when you're ready.
all right. So these are my personal time lapses of the sun I've done with the solar filter. Now on the globe paradigm, the sun is 93 million miles away, and when you're falling over backwards watching the sunset, you're getting less than 0.0% further away from the sun. So the sun in the globe paradigm cannot change size, but it can if it's more local and it moves away from you. So I'm about to show that right now. This is my first time lapse. And I even spin it to show that it does change size in both directions.
I have a clarifying question real
Now,
quick, then you can continue. How come you didn't spin the original sun?
you don't need to.
No, well, wouldn't it be a little disingenuous to not, though?
No, because you spin the other one to verify if it still
But
changed size.
you're verifying that the ups and downs are the same, and then you got to verify that the. I just wondered if there was a reason
Uh,
you didn't do that, other than you just thought it was
you
not
don't need
necessary.
to. Yeah, you don't
Okay,
need to.
I disagree because
Can I
it doesn't
continue?
look circular. Yes, you can continue.
Right. This is my second one. This one here with counted pixels changed 23%. Now, Eamon, when the sun sets, does it get 23% further away from the Earth?
No, I have questions about your recording here.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever change your exposure while you were recording?
No, I set the exposure. The first one I set the exposure the same the whole way through.
And you didn't have auto exposure on there?
No.
Okay, cool. Because I had heard that there was some, because I've seen these videos before. I knew you were going to bring these up. I'd heard some claims that you did change the exposure rate on those, and I was just wondering
I just
if that's something that you had done or if not.
no, the first one, the exposure was the same all the way through. And we could see clearly the edge of the solar disk on both. So this disproves that the sun is 93 million miles away if you're not moving 23% further away from the sun. Also, I've got more time lapses. I've done many. Also, we've got upwards of 40% with solar filters. So do you have a refutation for this? Are you
Yeah,
going to
you're
say
not going to like
refraction?
it though.
Are you going to say refraction again?
No,
Oh, what's the refutation?
you're out of focus.
Are
I
you
told you
kidding
you're
me,
not going to
dude?
like it. Look, I'm going to call it as I see it.
Are you kidding
That's
me?
what my immediately thought was. You're out of focus for one reason. Do you know what that reason would be?
Oh, you tell me.
I would be shocked if no one had brought this up to you yet. We can't see the sunspots. Can you
So
get
that means it's out of focus. How does that
so
mean it's
my
out of focus?
can you see sunspots using that filter?
Yes.
How come we can't see them in these videos?
Because we're not zoomed in all the way on the sun. Do you want to see me zoomed all the way in on the sun to see the
Yes, I
sunspot? You
do.
know
Yeah,
the
that would be
sunspots
awesome.
are tiny. Okay, hang on, real quick. Is this out of focus?
I would like a I wouldn't mind too. Sorry for the delay there, guys. I know I'm jumping in strange, but if you want to clarify their ADHD, how you've made that assessment and how it would go against his point,
Oh,
I think that might be
yes.
useful.
Sorry,
If
I
that's
sometimes
something
I
that
forget
you're
that
able to
there's an
provide.
audience that may not know. Um, So if it were out of focus, then that means that when the sun is bigger and brighter in the sky, we're going to see more of that aura around it. Meaning, as it gets lower in the sky, we're going to see less of that aura, making it look like it's changing size. The so there's two things now that I'm thinking about that kind of make me think that this may be out of focus. One is that I don't see sunspots here. The second is that there's not a nice crisp line of the sun. It's you can still see that glare, that I can't remember the name of it, the flare that's around, because you have the like disk of the sun and then you have like haze around it. That makes me feel like there's something up, because other um time lapses of sunsets that I've seen using solar filters don't have that. Angels is the only one that I've seen that has that kind of bloom. That's the word. That has that bloom
Okay.
around the
Well, we
sun,
should
and as it gets
Okay, thank
smaller,
you.
that
give
All right.
bloom goes
Angel a
away.
chance to respond
All right.
there. So
Is that sun out of see those clouds? Are they out of focus?
Um, the clouds look blurry because clouds look blurry. So
Okay. Does that sun look out of focus to you now?
yes.
Okay, but wait. That sun looks out of focus on the bottom?
It looks less out of focus, but the bottom looks more in focus because there's less bloom. It's behind some clouds. That means we're seeing the actual ring around the sun, which is why this one gets such a big change, is because that
Wow.
bottom bit is behind cloud. I'm just saying what I'm see. Yeah, see. So this one has a big change because over on
Does that
now
look
it's
blurry
gone.
to you on the top?
The bloom, yes, yeah, it looks blurry to me.
That's out of focus?
There's not a crisp line for this.
There's not a crisp line?
Yeah, no. Bring up
What
the
about
side by
now?
side.
Now?
Still not a crisp line. No. Bring up the side by side.
Now?
Still no.
Are you kidding me?
You're asking what my
this
opinion
is
is?
major cope.
That
This is
so
major
that
cope.
bottom one right now looks so do you see how there's not a crisp line for the sun there? There's kind of a bloom, how the edges are a little bit fuzzy.
Did the sun change size?
So the reason I'm explaining why it's changing size, in my opinion, is that we're getting that fuzziness on the edges of the sun. Other time lapses that I have seen that have done exactly what you did, where they did the time lapse and they did the putting the suns next to each other, they have a crisp line. This
Does that
doesn't
have a
have a
crisp
crisp
line?
line.
Does
No,
that have a crisp line?
no, it does
No,
not. Do you want
this
me to
does
show?
not.
I'll show you
Are
what I'm
you
talking about.
kidding? Hang on, watch this. Watch. This is my third one. I have three where they change
Oh,
size.
here, let me. Can I screen share so I can show you what I'm talking about? No, that's
All right. He's handed that over.
Yeah, let me find it first.
No worries. Sometimes it takes a second to get it up. Anyways, I got, like I say, another 2 minutes on the timer, but if you guys just keep going, I'll just set another 15, and we'll just keep rolling, because you guys are, like I say, rocking it. We appreciate it. If you're ready with your screen share there, ADHD, and we can keep it rolling, this has been fantastic.
I mean, I've got other stuff I want to talk about.
Okay.
Well.
Share. Okay. So can you see this?
That looked
Do you
exactly
see?
the same as mine.
No,
Yes,
so if it looks the same as yours.
Is that mine? Is that mine?
No, I don't think it's yours.
Bruh, are you saying
Is
that
this
looks
yours?
different to mine?
No, this is Wolfie 6020.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so do you see how there's this nice crisp line here?
Buddy, that's exactly what I showed.
No, yours doesn't look like that. Here. Yeah, yours doesn't have this crisp line.
You gotta be kidding me. Are you joking right now?
And then it goes and sets bottom up. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about, is that this has a nice crisp line. Yours doesn't do that. So
Okay.
I'm disinclined to accept that as if you would like to go out and do it again, I'd love to look at it. But those
okay, I'm
to
gonna show
me
you
don't
again.
look like
I've got
they're
a
in
third one.
focus.
I've got a third one.
Okay, that's fine.
Just real quick.
Because it's weird that all three of yours show that effect when none of the others that I've seen that have done this don't.
Honestly, the audience can see that what you showed was exactly the same as what I showed. But
that looks blurry to me. Here, let's do this. Let's do boop boop boop.
So I'll show you my third one real quick.
Wait, can leave that up for a second.
Is this a crisp line?
Wait, leave that up.
Yeah, it's up.
Oh, sorry, I'm taking a screenshot so I can see what's coming across to me. Okay, and then let's go ahead and copy.
So the audience can see this is a crisp line. I mean, you literally just are at this point. And like I said, you would have no refutation for this. This is impossible on a heliocentric model.
So do you... Sure.
Yeah. Does the sun get 23% further away from the Earth when it sets? No. So your refutation is just assuming that it's out of focus when it looks in focus. Are you serious?
I mean, you can be offended. That's fine. That's what it looks like to me.
No, I'm not offended. I'm not offended. I'm just showing the audience how disingenuous you are.
Can I share so I can show you what I'm seeing the difference of?
And then I'll show you my third one.
For sure. I just blew that up for the audience.
That's hilarious, buddy.
Oh, that's perfect,
okay.
actually.
Which one's yours, right or left?
The way I've clipped it. Anyways, go ahead.
The right one's mine, right?
Yes, it is.
Great. The right one looks more blurry than the left.
Oh, weird.
Hey, Thank you for reading my
Yeah, the right one looks more blurry than the left. I agree. The left one is the one that I showed you from Wolfie.
You just said the left
6020.
one was mine.
No, you said the right.
I said left. Dude, you are double speaking into oblivion.
Okay, we can play that back, but I'm pretty
You're-
sure you said
you're-
right. So
you're
the,
To be
glow-
fair,
right,
I think
the one on the right is yours.
I think you did say the right one, but
I said left.
yeah, sorry.
Well, we'll see when I go and clip this for TikTok. The right
Okay,
one's
great.
yours. The right one's yours
Oh, now the
because
right one's mine.
oh wow, now you can see it. Now does the right one look less blurry? Now that you know it's yours.
Is it mine? I mean, yeah, it does a little bit. But I can still see a crisp line around both of them. It's
Okay.
not like they actually faded out. Can you not see a crisp line on both of those?
No, so there is a line. It's not. I wouldn't call it crisp. The one on the left is crisp. The one on the right is not. And you yourself agreed to that. So thanks for playing.
Yep. So now I'm going to show you my third one.
Okay, go for it. I've seen all three of these, by the way. I've looked at your stuff.
Yeah, actually, that was very hard to tell which one was mine because they looked exactly the same, pretty much.
It was very
funny.
hard to tell when you said that yours was more blurry.
Yeah, I was about to say
This is the one I screenshotted, was it not?
Yeah. Okay. Great. So that looks blurry to you?
Yeah, it's not a crisp line.
Okay, but
Okay, cool.
so do you agree?
All right, I think we need to move on from this one because it's not helpful. I don't think to talk about the
All right,
crisp
well,
line. But I mean, yeah, like I said, we have gone into it a bit, but yeah, let's
I've
try.
got
I'm
another
good to go to
topic.
Q&A, so.
It's fun though.
I've got another topic if you want.
All right, let's go.
Does the Earth have Coriolis?
Let's roll it.
Is it spinning?
Yes, the Earth has Coriolis, and that is a proven fact, not up for debate.
Okay, so if I put a airplane flying at the equator east, going 500 miles per hour, and the Earth is spinning 1,000, does the airplane lag behind?
That's not Coriolis.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Coriolis is
Explain to me what
objects-
Coriolis is.
Coriolis is the apparent deflection of an object moving in a rotating system.
Okay, so it lagging behind, that's not Coriolis.
Does the Earth have Coriolis?
Yes.
So if I let go of a helium balloon, does the Earth rotate under it? Does it deviate?
Not very much because it's going up. There is some Coriolis enacting on a balloon as it rises through the atmosphere. But there's not going to be very much. But we know
does the atmosphere move with the Earth or does it move separate?
it moves with the Earth, yes.
So no Coriolis.
How did you get that? How did you
just
when I said
if the atmosphere is moving perfectly in lockstep, is that what you're saying? It moves in perfect lockstep. At all
I mean,
altitudes.
there's jet streams, but yes, it moves with the Earth. Yes.
Jet streams and trade winds go in opposite directions. They refute your Coriolis. But
Right.
anyway,
It's because they're separate from the Coriolis.
But clouds move in all directions.
Correct, because they're moving in relation to the atmosphere. The atmosphere itself is moving this way, but things can move within the atmosphere.
So does the Earth rotate underneath the clouds?
So the atmosphere as a whole moves, and clouds can move inside of the atmosphere, but they're still enacted by the atmosphere. So it's like if you were in a none of those and this is not the Coriolis. You've moved away from Coriolis. In fact, we haven't talked about Coriolis at all so far.
Yeah, we have. What's the formula for Coriolis?
So
do you know?
hang on.
We are talking about Coriolis.
What?
We are talking about Coriolis.
No, clouds moving in relation to the atmosphere is not Coriolis.
Yeah, I know it's not. If it refutes what you're saying.
There's multiple things. So what's
the formula for Coriolis?
Would you quit it and let me talk?
Well, you're making false claims again. You're saying we're not talking about Coriolis. It's angular velocity, tangential velocity, and mass.
Cool.
If you let go of it,
you're asking about. Are you just gonna keep talking? Because you yes. I'll just let you talk and sit back and then wait until we get to the question and answers.
Okay, great. So when you let go of a helium balloon, it's rising up.
Hey Ryan, let me know when we get to the question and answers.
Okay, so you're gonna run away?
No, you said great. You weren't gonna let me respond. Would you like me to respond?
Okay, respond.
Okay, cool. So Which would you like me to respond to? The clouds
Does
moving
the
in the
Earth have
atmosphere?
Coriolis? Does
Yes.
the Earth have Coriolis?
Yes.
So if we hover a helicopter, does the Earth rotate under it and it deviates?
So that's not Coriolis because the Coriolis
Yes,
only
it
is
is.
affected by things moving.
Okay, you can recreate Coriolis on a merry-go-round, right?
Correct.
If you hover a drone above a spinning merry-go-round, does the merry-go-round spin under the drone?
Is the drone moving with the merry-go-round? Or is
If
the
it, if it was
merry-go-round just moving?
if it was, there'd be no Coriolis. There'd be no Coriolis effect.
Okay, that's not Coriolis though.
Yes, it is.
So the atmosphere moving with the Earth is not Coriolis.
Yeah, I know. You're
Then why
saying
did you
the
say it
atmosphere
was?
if the atmosphere moves with the Earth, there's no Coriolis. I agree.
No, no, no. That's not what the Coriolis is, and that wouldn't have any bearing on what the Coriolis
Okay,
is.
so you said the drone would the merry-go-round would rotate under the drone that's hovering. The Earth doesn't rotate under the helicopter that's hovering, right?
Because those are two different things.
How? How so?
Well, the Earth is really, really big, and everything is already moving with it. And the
So there's no
atmosphere,
Coriolis.
that's not what the Coriolis is, dude.
What is the Coriolis? Define it.
So the Coriolis is when you are moving in relation to the Earth as it spins. Okay. So
Oh,
everything, including the atmosphere, moves with the Earth. Okay. As the Earth spins, and I know this globe is weird, it spins on the wrong axis. I don't know why they did that. So I'm spinning it on the axis. As we move from one place to another, the Earth is going to have a certain amount of spin while we're in the air. And that is because we're moving from latitude along the latitude lines.
okay, great. So we move the helicopter
Would you like me
north.
to finish?
Oh, I thought you were finished.
Oh, it's okay, cruel. So the atmosphere moving with it is not moving in relation to the Earth. Okay, I know you've been shown this because I watched the debate today. Do you remember when Blitz showed you the merry-go-round and how if we put the
Yep.
camera showing down,
Yep.
as it moves forward, it kind of curves.
Yeah. Do we observe that on the
That's
Earth?
yes, that we have
Wait.
a measure. We can measure Coriolis in the labs. Um,
Oh, really?
yeah,
With this, with
there's
is the apparatus spinning?
um no.
No. So how's it measuring Coriolis if it's not spinning? Is it using the Earth?
Yeah, it can measure the 15 degree per hour tilts. So that's different though. But
15 degree per hour tilt.
spin, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Use the wrong word. I'm
So
sorry. I'm sorry. So
so if the
but the
helicopter's
Coriolis
hovering,
isn't because the helicopter is not moving in relation to the Earth, it does not
okay.
experience
Oh,
Coriolis.
okay. Oh, great. So we move it north. Does the Earth rotate under it?
A little bit, yeah.
Are you serious?
Mhm.
You know that the equator is moving 460 meters a second or 1,500 feet per second at the equator, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if an airplane is flying over the equator north to south, does the equator spin 1,500 feet sideways under
Um,
under the airplane?
in relation to the airplane, no. So
No Coriolis, no drift.
let me explain before you start going one. So the airplane itself has a velocity in relation to the Earth. Everything is spinning with the Earth.
Behave yourselves.
When an airplane, have fun. When the airplane takes off from the Earth, it is still moving with the Earth because the preservation of conservation of momentum and the atmosphere itself is moving. As it moves in relationship, because there is the globe, it's going the Coriolis as it moves from the equator up. There is a slight Coriolis effect on it. It's still going to move with the globe, but there is a slight Coriolis left to right,
Slight?
depending on the direction. It's very slight.
In
An airplane. In an airplane, they're not going to correct for Coriolis because they have to correct for wind more than Coriolis.
Does a sniper have to adjust for Coriolis?
Slightly, yeah, depending on the directions they shoot.
So an airplane that flies over the Earth thousands of miles doesn't have to account for Coriolis.
Mm-hmm.
But a bullet that's in the air for 2 seconds has to account for Coriolis.
Yes, because when we're shooting with this, wait, listen to the response. If you're shooting with a sniper, if you're off by 5 inches, is that a major amount when you're shooting with a sniper?
I don't claim that the Earth rotates under a bullet. You do.
Okay, but let me. If a 5-inch difference to a sniper, is that a lot when you're
You
shooting a
tell me.
target?
You tell me.
I'm asking, if a sniper is off by 5 inches, is that a lot?
I step out for a
Yeah,
second, and you guys are talking about shooting things. What
you-
happened?
you-
Oh,
It's a-
Coriolis.
I'm
It's
just
often
joking.
with
Carry on.
Coriolis that they'll bring up snipers.
Yeah, you said
So
you said it rotates under the bullet, right? Does it?
slightly, yeah.
Does it rotate under the airplane?
Slightly, yeah.
You said they don't have to adjust for Coriolis in an
Correct.
airplane, which
So
they
now,
don't. Which they don't.
now answer the question. Is 5 inches to a sniper a lot?
Yeah, they can potentially miss your target completely.
Is 10 feet to a plane that can correct while it's flying a lot?
Yeah, it can miss the runway.
Yeah, but we're correcting the entire time, right? So they
Are
they
you?
don't have to.
I thought you said planes don't adjust for Coriolis.
They adjust for wind more. So let's back up. They don't like say, oh, this is the Coriolis suggestion. They're coming in for a landing, and then they will land. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that from it doesn't matter from takeoff to landing, they've drifted 10 feet because they're just
10 feet.
correcting anyway. So
10
let
feet
me,
over what distance?
I don't know. I just made that number up. I didn't do the calculation.
So if an airplane that's coming in to land thousands of miles would adjust for 10 feet, which
I just
by
made
the
that
way,
number up. Don't quote it.
Okay. So airplanes, pilots, everything, they don't adjust for Earth rotation or curvature at all. Just making sure.
So they don't have to take it into account because they're making minute adjustments anyways. They're going to be part of those minute adjustments, but they're not going to say, "Oh, we have to veer this way because the Coriolis affected. We have to hold on to the Earth."
Correct.
No, they're just really small movements that they adjust more for wind than they would for the Coriolis.
You're supposed to be telling me where the Earth has Coriolis, not where it doesn't.
It does have Coriolis. It's just not enough to matter.
Not enough to matter. I just told you. So if we let go of a helium balloon at the equator, the Earth rotates under the helium balloon 460 meters. Yes or no?
So is the helium balloon still in the atmosphere?
Yeah.
Then no, it does not, because it's moving
so no
with the atmosphere. No,
yeah,
so
no Coriolis.
you can just not understand what Coriolis is. That's fine. But
seeing as I don't understand
because it's going straight up, there is going to be a little bit of Coriolis, but really not enough to be measurable.
If I go outside right now and let go of a helium balloon, you're telling me the Earth's going to rotate under it.
I mean, like, so the Earth will rotate. Do you want an answer, or do you want to cut me off when I get to? Then stop cutting me off, dude. You've been a jerk this entire time. You've called me names, and you cut me off when you ask me. What name have I called you?
Well, no, you've been a jerk too, interrupting me too. And also, you it's funny because in the DMs you were acting like a big man, saying I'm running away from you. I need more time.
All right.
And the best evidence you had was you had to wait till 2024.
You guys have both been.
What? When did I ever say that?
You guys have both been like really
in the DMs on TikTok.
Coordinated with each other.
What? When did I say you have to wait till 2024?
You guys.
Liar?
I didn't know. You said to me, "Oh, I'm running away. Oh, I'm running, and then I need more time."
When did I say you have to wait till 2024?
The delay is killing us now.
Oh no! I said you had to wait till 2024 for people to go to Antarctica to get your globe proof, and all you refuted my evidence was refraction.
What are you talking about, dude?
You had to wait till 2024 for people to go to Antarctica and to look at the sun to prove it was a globe. That was your best evidence.
That wasn't my best evidence for the globe. That was my evidence against the flat Earth.
What was your best evidence for the globe?
Reciprocal zenith angles.
Do you want to do that one too?
Guys, we're gonna move into that Q&A.
Ryan wants to go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah, let's move into the Q&A. And now I do want to ask you guys, because it's very difficult to try to do this, because for some odd reason Zoom is just lagging on me. If I sent you guys a re-invite for our Zoom link, you guys could be back in like a few seconds. Is that all right by you guys, or do you want to just carry on?
We can carry on.
All right, cool. Because I was gonna say, for some odd reason, I mean, I'm okay to carry on. It's just that the video and the audio is out of sync for some reason. So if you guys don't mind humoring me for 2 minutes, I'll just send you a new Zoom link, and we'll go right into that Q&A, and that'll give you guys a second to do whatever you need to do off screen. Like I say, if you if you want to use the washroom, grab yourself a drink. But I'm just going to close out this one if that's all right by you guys, and I'll send you a new Zoom link via email. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, okay.
All right. We'll see you guys in 2 seconds. Sorry to our live chat. You're just going to see me duck out for a second. I'm going to end this, and we'll see our speakers in 2 seconds. All right. I'm still here. Oh, aren't you lucky? Precious times, right? So, Zoom is lagging very hard on my end. I don't know if it's lagging on the audience side, but I want to make sure that I really hate injecting in the worst spots. It's just it's not what I want to do. So there, I got a new Zoom open, and we're just gonna copy our invite and fire that over to our speakers. Thank you everybody for coming on out. Our speakers are going to be back with us shortly. We're going to answer your questions, so fire them into a super chat. We are going to ask those. We got a few membership chats. I shouldn't say a few. Jesus Martinez, I'm going to ask your question first where you are a new member. If you do take a membership, we do have a membership question that you can ask once per stream, I think it is the way that we do it. I don't know. I'm pretty loosey-goosey there, guys. So I've sent out our Zoom link to the speakers. Hopefully they'll be with us shortly. Hold on. There we go. All right, one's back. Hopefully this fixes. I mean, I'm leery. I really hope that I hope this fixes it. Can you hear me there, ADHD?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can. It didn't fix the problem though, so we'll just have to carry on as we are.
Okay, we'll just have to be mindful not to overtalk.
Must be OBS. No worries. We'll just wait here. Angel's back. I thought that would fix it. It must be OBS that's doing the lag right now. So, sorry about that, everybody. Yeehaw! Thank you to both of our speakers for coming back into the room. It sadly didn't fix the delay problem. It must be on the OBS, but really appreciate you guys entertaining that for a moment while we get things back up and running. So we're going to ask those super chats now, guys. So get those super chats in, and we'll do our best to try to manage the situation where, from my end, there's an audio-video delay. Maybe that's not happening for you guys. Let's hope that's the case. Let me know in the live chat, as well as getting your questions in. And once again, thank you ADHD Projects and Angel for coming back to Modern Day Debate for the questions, because yeah, this is gonna be a lot of fun. And you guys, like I said, it's yeah, you've been very amicable and giving each other lots of space to make your points. So apparently I can't set anything straight up right now. So FTFE, thanks for putting in a super chat. Says, just to make it clear, I was asked and booked on this debate. And was canceled being here because because Angel is terrified to debate me. So, did you have a response to Fight the Flat Earth there, Angel? Would you be willing to debate Fight the Flat Earth on Modern Day Debate?
So,
we would have a lot of fun probably if we could get you doing that.
This is what I said to James in exactly. I'd rather beat my head against the wall than to debate that guy. Even the Globers hate him. So yeah.
I don't hate him. I think it's hilarious it doesn't take the crap that you gave me. Because, you know, you had to
So just as a follow-up, is there... Yeah. I know that you're saying that might be your preference, but is there any way that we might be able to make a debate happen between you and Craig from Fight the Flat Earth in the future? Or
is he your friend?
That is off the table?
Is he your friend, Ryan? Is he a personal friend?
Well, he's on the channel quite a bit, so I do have to ask.
No, is he a friend of yours?
Are you trying to... I was going to say that... I'm not going to answer questions. Everybody usually, if I can help it, I'd like to be friends with most people on the channel. But unfortunately, yeah, some people I don't get along with as well as others. But I am going to ask the question. So.
No, I'd rather beat my head against the wall.
All right. Okay, I just have to ask the question to see if it is a possibility in the future. I do think it would be a lot of fun. So you let me know if that's for a possibility for sure.
To
Maybe.
be
LJ
fair, I
asks,
think that
any
Craig,
reasonable human.
sorry, I think that Craig would see debating you as beating his head against the wall.
Oh,
Okay. All right, you both had your fun. All right, LJ says any reasonable human does not want to talk to fight the flat Earth. That's from
correct.
LJ. So LJ follows up and says, "How do you know what the sun is made of? You don't." That's over to you, ADHD.
I mean, I don't. I'd probably have to Google it. But the way that they do that is that different elements, when they are burned or turned into plasma or whatever, they will give off a certain wavelength of light. And so by measuring, there's a you can send it through a prism and it will separate the wavelengths of light, and there will be specific gaps in the light. And where there is light, there is a the you can put that against a scale of like what elements are there. It's called spectroscopy. It's really cool. I don't know very much about it, and I've seen it done in a lab, so I know that it exists. You can have little glasses on, and when they burn different gases, it'll give off different wavelengths of light, and you can identify the gases based off of which wavelengths you're seeing. It's pretty cool.
All right. Any response on the other side? Do you want to carry on?
Spectroscopy is pretty much pseudoscience, but anyway.
Except I've seen it done in a lab where they said, "What gas is this?" And I used
In a
spectroscopy.
lab. In a lab.
Okay, cool. So they've done it where they said, "What gas is this?" And I looked at my little thing and I said, "It's this gas." And they said, "Okay, what are these gases?" And I said, "These are the three gases that you burned." So it's not pseudoscience.
In a
It's
lab frame.
okay.
Yeah.
So then
In
it's not
if you're
pseudoscience. We
looking
we agree it's not
if,
pseudoscience.
no, if you're looking out to the atmos, billions of miles, you think you're gonna be able to pick up exactly what the gases are when you're looking through a whole different gases that's in between you.
I mean, we had to look through the atmosphere anyways to look at the gas that was being
Tiny
burned.
amount in the lab frame.
Okay,
Next question.
cool.
All right. To be fair, that one was for you there, ADHD. So if
Mhm.
you want to close that one out, then we'll carry on.
No.
Okay, no worries. Sorry about the delay there, guys. J Bone says, "Is every photo from all countries of Earth fake?"
That's you, Angel.
I
To
think.
me,
Mhm.
no, I take photos of the Earth all the time. They're not fake.
I think what J Bone is trying to specify is a picture of the entire Earth. So they're saying, "Is every photo from all
Oh yeah,
countries of Earth fake?" I think I'm
yeah.
steal manning you there, J Bone. You can
So
correct me.
if you're talking about the space photos, yeah, photos from Narnia don't verify Narnia. You need to have you need to have a container to have a vacuum. You need to have a container to have gas pressure gradient, and they're coexisting and they're not equalizing. That violates the second law of thermodynamics. So yeah, you
So I have
can't
a
take
question.
photos from an area that doesn't exist.
I have a question
You'll get
just
a
because
chance
I'm
to rebut.
curious. Sorry. I just had a question for Angel just because I'm curious on what his stances are. Do you think that every photo of the Earth is claimed by NASA to be fake? Like not whether or not they are fake or not, but does NASA
They
claim
claim to have real photos.
okay, that's I was just curious if you thought that NASA, because there's some flat earthers that say that NASA doesn't claim any of the photos are real, but there are some that they do. So I was just
They
curious
have
what
like
your
they have like two, I think, that are like supposed to be real.
they have a lot. It's more than you would think, but I was just curious on what
Anyway,
your opinions on it was. It doesn't matter either way. I
yeah,
just wanted to know what your
yeah.
thoughts were.
Photos from Narnia don't verify Narnia.
I agree.
All right, thank you guys, and yeah, thanks for creating that space because, like I said, the delay is really wacky right now. LJ coming in says, "Not photos, painted images. Welcome to Flat Earth."
So
That one's for you, ADHD.
yeah, that one sounds like
Sorry.
me. So the thing is that there are a lot of pictures of the globe that are claimed by NASA to be real. Not all of them can be paintings. Some of them we received too fast for them to be paintings. They were taken in a high enough quality that we can inspect them that they're not paintings. And they coincide with the weather patterns that we were seeing at the time. In fact, I think the 1972 Blue Marble had a hurricane that was a really bad hurricane that had hit soon afterwards, and they were able to get a picture of that. So we can verify that it's not a painting. If that doesn't mean that it's a real picture. I think they're real, but that's not why. But we can verify that they're not a painting. But there are a lot that are like a bunch of photos stitched together, but there are some that NASA claims are real.
All right, any thoughts on the other side there, Angel?
Well, not really. Go, next question.
All right, excellent. Sorry for the delay once again. I can see your screen, and like I say, I can tell the video is wrapping up much quicker. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm going to stop prattling. You guys know that I'm having an issue over here, so I'm going to do my best to try not to inject at the wrong time.
No, he's just been a little bit too much, and so he's like, sorry.
No, I assure you, I have some sort of digital problem on my end. So I'm just going to carry on. The audience doesn't seem perturbed, but it is affecting my ability to moderate. So I do apologize, gents. So during our poll earlier, it is we did the Earth is 62% of our audience voted for a globe. Then 23% voted for flat, and then even to protest, I still put in a loaf of bread in homage of my good friend who made that joke. And it also helps separate the people who either don't care, they just like a good debate, regardless of how things go out, or they just don't play by the rules, and that's okay too. I have a new poll up in the chat right now. So, the poll is, who had the crisp lines? So, ADHD, Angel, or was it Ozzy Osbourne? I don't know.
I know who I'd go
for. So you guys are voting on that right now.
You didn't show anything.
You guys are voting on that right now. We appreciate it.
You didn't have any crisp lines.
Let's ask that next question. Somebody in the live chat had said, can we do a poll for who had the crisp lines? I started it as a normal chat poll just with the two of you, and then I added Aussie in there for funsies. So that's we're having fun over here at Modern Day Debate. It's flat versus globe. You go for it. Native Wildman says, Eric Dubé proved the globe explained. Eric Dubé proved the globe. Explain that, Angel. Okay, I fixed it up.
I'm unaware
Eric
of how he proved the globe. I don't know how he proved the globe.
Okay. Well, we could look him up right quick. Who is Eric Dubé?
He makes videos on flat Earth.
He's got the 200 proofs, but I don't know how he proved the globe. He doesn't come out into the mainstream very often. He just stays in his little corner. I don't know what they're talking about.
Okay.
Bob proved the globe.
Eric Dubé is an American author.
A flat Earth
believing in just about. So maybe this isn't great. This is from Rational Wiki. I'm not sure if this is the right thing. It says believes in every conspiracy theory in all of existence. Although he is mostly known for his advocacy for flat Earth, he also has done everything from arguing the world is controlled by royal bloodline to denying the Holocaust. At this point, one would be hard. Maybe this isn't the best source, but that's just kind of like.
Is that what Wiki says?
Summary maybe of. It's called Rational Wiki. That was the first thing that popped up. You guys are welcome to do your own Google searches on what Eric Dubé may have proved or may have not proved, but it doesn't sound like our speakers are super up on the up of what Eric Dubé has done, so let's carry on. Much Gum says, Angel, you know that any globe earther is going to bring up refraction to counter your evidence. We see too far. Can you please address this point without deflecting to physical location?
Yeah, we see too far because the objects we are seeing are really there. They try to invoke refraction as an ad hoc excuse as to the light bending around a curve perfectly, but putting it such a way that only the bottoms are missing. So globers think that light can bend thousands of feet around a curve, but not that the atmos can act as a lens and block the bottoms of objects. So, and also refraction, like I said, requires two mediums. It needs to pass between the boundary of two mediums, Snell's law.
And
Any response?
like,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
oh, sorry, I didn't know if you were going to say anything, but so like I had said before, Snell's law doesn't require two different like types of a dense.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Different densities can still be affected by Snell's law.
It requires two mediums.
He gets the last word, so.
Yeah, Snell's law
Okay.
requires two
All right.
mediums.
Yeah. All right. Let's carry on. Honestly, this delay might be helping us. we're making a lot of space now. I tell you. I'm, like I say, I'm not sure if it's affecting you guys on your end, but let's just carry on. Witsit gets it, hanging out in the live chat. We'd like to have you back on Modern Day Debate after you got back from your travels there, and let us know where you're at. Excuse me. Is there always refraction? Wouldn't that mean observations would have to never geometrically match the globe prediction?
So there is always refraction. Sometimes there's less refraction. Sometimes there are more. That's why I never use those types of observations as actual proof of the globe, because I agree. There's atmospheric refractions. Those are observations, not measurements. That's why I don't use when Jaren was on that hit piece as proof, because that's the same thing. It's just looking over water. It could have been refracted. It could have not been. We don't know because they didn't take that measurement. We do know that it matched what he said the globe would match. Interesting.
So you said it's not a measurement. Isn't the distance to the horizon a measurement?
No, it's not a measurement because you're not measuring it. You're just looking at it and saying, if I'm 8 feet, the horizon should be.
No.
Yeah.
On a globe, is the horizon a physical geometric location that blocks boats?
If I start answering, are you going to cut me off?
I just asked you.
Okay, great. So the horizon is a physical location on the globe. However, we always are looking through an atmosphere, meaning that it is always subject to refraction, meaning that if we're trying to make observations to prove the flat Earth or the globe, we need to take into account the refraction rate of the atmosphere. This is something that has been proven and that we never see any flat earthers take into account when they're making these observations.
If you have to invoke atmospheric effects on the horizon that's physical and geometric, then that's my argument. I'm saying it moves because it's an optical location.
I'm also saying it's moving because
welcome to flat Earth.
No,
yeah,
Angel.
Witsit did chime in there, guys. Sorry, sorry to jump on you guys. He did chime in and say, "Notice how he did not answer the question."
Well, okay, answer
so
the
question.
ask the question again.
ADHD.
He wants the question asked again.
So, is there always refraction? Wouldn't that mean observations would have to never geometrically match the globe prediction? Thanks for working with me there, guys.
Witsit, I did answer that question. Yes. I said always there is atmospheric refraction. That means that. Okay, ask the question again.
All right. If there is always refraction, sorry, that's the next one. Sorry. If there is always refraction, wouldn't that mean observations would have to never geometrically match the globe prediction?
Correct. So if you would have not cut me off, I would have answered that question. So yes, there is always atmospheric refraction. I know that that's not the question. That's reaffirming what he said. Always, when we make those observations, it will never perfectly match the globe. That's why we have to take atmospheric refraction into account. Witsit, I did answer that question. And Witsit, if you want to get up here and debate, get up here and debate. I've offered to debate you here on this platform multiple times. You've always said no. If I'm up here debating and you want to chime in, you got to get up here and debate me instead of staying in the comments section. So if you'd like to schedule a debate on the flat Earth, the final experiment, do it. Ryan has my email. Let's talk about the final experiment.
So you said the atmospheric effects move the horizon, right? and it's a physical location that blocks boats.
So it is a physical location, but it also is moved by refraction.
Okay, so if we go to a park and there's a massive hill blocking an object here, and the hill's here, we're over here, is any amount of atmospheric conditions going to move this hill behind this object so we can see it?
No, because
No.
no, because that's not what's going on in the Earth.
How come the horizon's way too far? We see too far. The
I want to jump in
horizon
here, guys.
should be.
I want to jump in here, guys, and ask this question from our new member. Right, so we have a new member here at Modern Day Debate, and if you want to have a membership, you can buy other people memberships. We appreciate it. Gift those memberships. That's awesome. We appreciate our fellow Ryans in the live chat just being total sirs.
What does a membership
so,
get you?
Jesus Eber Martinez.
Sorry.
I mean, it supports the channel, and you also get access to all the fun James emojis, the amazing emojis, all that. Oh, I see. You weren't asking me because you were curious. You were helping me make the pitch. I see. I missed it.
I got you. Or whatever direction he is.
I wasn't lying, guys. Before we started the debate, I'd let these guys know that like my head has just been swirling because we played a rock show like 3 hours out of my area the other day, and somebody stole our lights, and we ended up traveling all over Hell's Creation to see whose ass we were gonna beat, and we got our lights back. That's the that's the main end of the story, but yeah, it's just been messing with my head. So Jesus Martinez asks, Ryan the Mod, place a cue ball on a trampoline. Beads equals solid matter. Confetti equals air particles. Turn on a fan under the trampoline. The confetti will have a gradient without a container. Thoughts on our panel?
You're using the Earth in question as your proof again.
It's different. So I see what he's saying. It's different from this because it's specific gas pressure, and it's depending on your definition of gas, because the confetti is not gas. So yes, there's a gradient, but I wouldn't say that it's gas pressure.
The Earth has a gradient. That's what he's measuring. And he's assuming it's not contained, like every other gas pressure gradient.
Oh, so my boiling water was contained because it was inside the dome. I see. So it's unfalsifiable now.
No,
Way to have an unfalsifiable. You said correct, and then once I said unfalsifiable, you're like, no, I can't. No.
Yeah, the only way to recreate gas pressure is with containment. I can blow a balloon, it gains pressure. I can pump a tire, it gains pressure. I can put I can get a
the
vacuum.
gas pressure over my pot of boiling water was pressure without a container.
You're using the Earth. You're still begging the question.
It's an you have an unfalsifiable claim. You have a religious unfalsifiable claim. Congratulations.
I can falsify the vacuum.
Okay.
Is the vacuum of space contained physically?
Is my explanation of the pot of boiling water does not count because it's inside of the Earth?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't count because it's inside the Earth?
Yeah.
Now you get what the conundrum of is when you said, well, show gravity when around a ball. Well, it's because we're inside the Earth, dude. It's the same exact thing. You just invoked the same exact thing. You made an unfalsifiable claim. Good job.
Is your vacuum of space contained? Is your vacuum of space contained physically?
The vacuum of space is not contained. It's the gas pressure that is contained by gravity.
How do you recreate a vacuum without a container?
We can't because we're on the globe, just like you can't.
Yeah. So
why is it okay for you to do it? Because my explanation doesn't work because we're on the Earth and the Earth is contained. Well, it's the same exact thing. You now understand. You understand when you say, well, show me water sticking to a ball. Well, we can't because we're on the globe. You are saying, well, that doesn't count because it's on the globe. It's the same exact thing. That is such a hypocritical stance to have.
So if you get a vacuum chamber, remove the air, you take off the lid, air equalizes, right? Into the vacuum chamber?
Right.
Oh, okay. How come that doesn't happen to the Earth?
Remember, gravity exists in our
model. How come that doesn't happen with the Earth?
In our model, there is gravity which pulls it. Hang on.
Gravity.
I know that you're going to say,
Because
well,
gravity.
he's just saying gravity. That's the actual answer. Is on the model, that is the explanation. You can say not on to gravity, but to say that there's no explanation for gas pressure is not true because we have an explanation. You just don't like it.
Gases move in all directions regardless of gravity. Next question.
Does gas always move in all directions or only sometimes?
Always fills available space. It's a
So
scalar. It moves in all
wind doesn't
directions.
count. Wind is not gas pressure?
Gases move in all directions. Period. Next
So
question.
wind is wind gas.
All right.
Yeah, and it moves in all directions.
I do want to go to the next question there, guys. We got all kinds of questions, and
Wait, wind
I'm
doesn't
trying
move
to
in
watch
all
the video
directions.
just so I don't jump.
Oh man, it's a good thing I got this hat.
All right, let's ask that next question there. Yeah, I think you guys
Wind
hammered
doesn't
that
move in
one.
all
Thank you so much. Let's see. Witsit Gets It asks a second question. Brace yourself there, fellas. If there is always refraction bending the light down, like you claim, what's happening when there's more obstruction than the globe predicts? Thank you so much for your super chat there, Witsit. Cool to see you hanging out.
When there's more obstruction, then there's more refraction.
That's not what he asked.
Okay, Angel,
Next
would you like to
question.
clarify what he's asked? Because every time I answer, you're like, that's not what he
Yeah.
asked. Clarify what he's asked, Angel.
Yeah, he's asking when the light bends around your curve and there's more obstruction where it's bending, what happens?
Then we don't see the bottom of. Then we don't see the bottom. That's weird. It's like a
Well,
circle back to your.
he had also said
Mount something.
So I'll just restate it because he had said the light is bending down. So I think that's the crux of this argument here. If there is always refraction bending the light down, like you claim, what's happening when there's more obstruction than the globe predicts? I think that's the optimal term there.
I'm not sure what he's meaning, and if he would like to come and debate me on this platform, he can. I'm not sure what he means.
You don't know what he
All right,
means.
you
How
got
can you
it.
debate him?
I think let's carry on.
Because I can ask him directly what he means and not
Well,
listen to you,
yeah.
Angel.
I understood what he said.
All right.
Well,
all right,
I mean,
all right.
obviously
Let's
not,
just
because
carry
that's not what he
into
said.
Go ahead,
Armstrong.
Ryan, go
Aaron
ahead.
Armstrong has a question for you guys. Thank you guys. Like I say, you guys are way ahead of me for some odd reason. Like I'm like almost 2 seconds behind you. It's crazy. So Witsit Gets It. There's more refractions. So this is from Aaron Armstrong responding to Witsit Gets It, but let's get your thoughts. This is bizarre. There's more refraction on those days. Plus, super proud of you and your trip. Are you going to address the vaping rumors? Who doesn't vape? What's going on? I don't know. So there's more refraction on those days is the response that we're going to entertain. So if you guys want to respond.
I think is that a direct response to if there's more stuff in the way?
No. Again, you don't understand. Next question.
No, Angel, I'm asking what that's in
let Angel,
response to, dude. Calm yourself down. I'm asking Ryan which of Witsit's
hold
questions
on.
that was in a response to.
All right, just without condescending. Let's just see. There's more refraction on those days. Let's see. If there's refraction bending light down was the second question, and the first one was if there's always refraction, wouldn't that mean observations would have to never geometrically match the globe prediction?
Isn't that weird how
so they're
that
responding
clarifies a little
to-
bit what he was talking about, Angel? That's weird. Why I would ask that? That's weird.
You didn't understand it the first time he asked.
That's the question that I did understand, Angel. That's why I asked which question it was in response to.
Next question.
You are such a demeaning person. I thought that it was all for show when you were
Alright,
against
hold
like
on.
Dr. Blitz, but no, you're just not a nice dude.
No, I am nice. I just don't like liars.
Hold on. Yeah, I
You
think-
called me a marshmallow like
I
five
think
minutes into the debate.
Everybody's got great. Hold on.
So-
All right, you both
I
have.
am a nice dude.
I'm sure you guys both have great capacity to be super nice and super not. So let's just not worry about that too much. You know, there's just honestly, I have to say your personalities are not clashing as much as what you might think. As much as I might not think it's polite, you know, the implications there. I would say that, you know, you guys have been very amicable, and let's try to focus on how good it has been. Luke Hayes says, two wizard antagonists. Globers. A 24-hour sun does not prove the Earth is a globe. Only the measurement of curve can do that. Flat. You are a part of the problem, not the solutions with your allegations. Try the Serenity Prayer. Ooh, give it a go.
Exactly. So,
So
yeah, I
that
agree.
was
You need curve for that to be true.
okay. So I agree. The 24-hour sun does not prove the Earth is a globe. Absolutely. However, what it does do is it falsifies the most common flat Earth model. The same model that I found on Angel's TikTok that I displayed at the beginning of the live stream here. It falsifies the model of the equidistant map with the sun going like this. It doesn't do that. That's falsified. You've got to find some way to reconcile that, and I don't see that happening.
Well, Joseph Hamby did a physical model that demonstrates
That
it.
you couldn't show me, so I'm not going to
No.
take your word for it. I've seen Hanvy's model.
Yeah.
It doesn't explain it. Hanvy's
No,
model
okay,
never
well,
gives you a
let's say
point of
that.
view
All right,
inside the dome.
We're gonna ask that
so
next
it can't
question.
explain it. All right, let's
ask that one. DJ Boytz says, Flurf, how in the photo of Monte Cinto is the mountain on the left side of the island, but the map of the mountain, the mountain is on the right side of the island. Why lie about the observation? You might have to interpret this one a little bit.
pull up your Mount Cinto.
I have no idea
one.
what he's talking about.
Pull up the picture. Let's see if we can figure out what he's talking about.
Yeah, because I clearly lied about
How in
something
the
here.
photo of I was gonna say we can just clarify. How in the photo of Monte Cinto is the mountain on the left side of the island, but in the map the mountain is on the right side of the island? Why lie about the observation? Oh, okay. You see, sometimes we're just missing a comma. That's all we need. It's just a comma.
That
guys.
still didn't
All right,
make
go
sense
ahead there
to
when
me.
you're ready.
I have no idea what he means by that. I mean, it's very clear what's happening here. Didn't lie about anything.
Mont Cinto is it's on the island, not in Italy, right? Not in the mainland, right?
Yeah, Monte Cinto is what we're looking at.
From like the mainland, though, right? Yeah, because we're looking at the sunset. I don't know what he means left or right side. I think that's a weird because we're the map
sure.
is one
Maybe
way and we're looking the other direction.
Clarify.
Is it
Is
it a hologram
Excuse
wrapping
me,
around a
I'm
globe?
going to explain.
Absolutely,
I'm
it
not sure.
is.
Yeah, you can let us know.
Who's
Yeah,
lying
maybe it's a
now?
hologram. we'll find out. DJ Boytz. Let's ask Slithery's question to Angel. The definition of medium in Snell's law is a material with identical properties. Air with a different pressure is a different medium.
Okay, and we're looking horizontally, and the pressure gradient is vertical, like I said a million times.
But like I said, light goes in all directions, so there is light that is going through that medium and is being bent towards your eyes. That's why it makes a little arc, is it has to go up, and it is affected by refraction.
So it bends down and up around a curve.
It bends. It is always bending down because it's going. This we've done this like
You
five
don't
times.
have to. Don't worry
It's
about
going up this way, vertical gradient, bend
it. Okay.
around the curve. Yeah, I've done that like 5 times.
Yeah.
All right, let's ask the next question there, fellas. Thank you so much for answering the questions. We got all kinds of super chats, and we appreciate it. And as you know, if you're hanging out in the live chat, I can only hit the like button. That's my capacity at this point. But it's looking at me and it's saying that that you should smash me. But as a married man, I have to behave myself.
Brian,
so if you can
we got a
smash
lot
the
of
like
questions.
button for me, I don't want to leave it hanging, guys. We do have a lot of
There's-
questions. If we do need to move out, that's fine. We have been going for quite some time, but I really appreciate you guys unpacking.
I'm good to stay.
I'll try to stay as long as I can.
There, look, I before we move on.
Yeah, you
there
just
are
let me know if you get to a point. Yeah.
Sorry, there are
Sorry,
347
the delay is
votes
really
on
bad.
our circle thingy. There's only 162 likes. Go ahead and hit the like button. You're here, you might as well. Whether or not you agree with either of us doesn't matter. Go ahead and like it. Support James or support Ryan. He's here giving his time on a Saturday night. Support them.
See, I don't have to make inappropriate jokes. We could just have an honest plea. Anyway, I have to though. It's part of my nature, my Nova
Look, if they're
Scotian
gonna say
nature. I'm
smash,
descended from Newfoundlanders. It's just our way. Yeah. All right. Richard Beldings says, "Why can't Globers convince the flatties after gathering the evidence of the final experiment? Both sides, please answer." So why can't the Globers convince the flatties after gathering the evidence in quotation marks of the final
Yeah,
experiment? All right, I got you,
because we
Richard.
yeah, because we already have falsified the globe claim. Like there's no curve. We see too far. The horizon is not an optical, sorry, it's not a geometric location that's derived from the radius value. If we see beyond the physical limits of the curvature rate that they've given us, it's not a globe. Everything is tied to the radius value. So if the radius value is wrong, then the whole thing's wrong. So yeah, like it doesn't, for me, it doesn't, because I've gone out in reality, proven that I see too far.
nuh-uh.
How many times have you tested the Earth, Amon?
How many times have I tested the Earth? Define tested the Earth. Like tasted it?
See,
Like five.
tested the Earth to see if you debunk it. The
Oh,
radius value.
I've measured the horizon dip angles, which is good enough for me.
You know, the horizon's in an optical location. If it moves, would that affect it? Like you said?
I mean, it would affect it slightly,
Yeah,
but the
great.
horizon dip angle was like more than a degree, and
Did
on
you
a flat
account
Earth, it should
for
always rise to eye level. Oh, I
no?
like how you're like, nah, but like every other flat earther that I've talked to
I
besides
don't agree with
you
that.
say that.
If it's in an optical location, then it wouldn't always rise exactly to eye level. Okay, did you take into account angular resolution limits and change? Size,
Angular
things.
resolution it will still always rise to eye level, even if it's too
No,
small to see. It's still going to hit that line, which is going to be at eye level. Yeah,
no.
yeah.
You can go to
All right.
the, like when
That's
I
how
went to the
infinite
beach.
flat planes work. If it doesn't rise to eye level, it's not an
Let's
infinite
ask
flat
that
plane.
next question there, guys. All right, thank you
Who said
guys
it's an
for
infinite
unpacking
flat
there.
plane?
Once again, sorry for the delay. I'm trying to do my
Straw
best.
man.
Oh man, see, I'm talking and Angel's talking at the same time, but he's not talking on my screen. So this is really bizarre. I'm so sorry,
We can
guys.
really throw them off
The
if we start talking
delay's
without
killing
our
us.
mouths.
Just stop that. You don't ventriloquist this nonsense. All right, Beach Lover says, Angel roasted some marshmallow tonight. Oh, Beach Lover, thank you for your commentary, and we're gonna carry on. But there's your little huzzah. Aaron Armstrong says, I bet anyone here Angel paid Quantum Easter to join his debate school. What's this about?
I have no idea what that means.
Okay, good stuff. Let's just carry on. I'm not sure either. DJ Boyd says, Angel, you say electrostatic. What is the constant and its number in the Maxwell equation? If you can't answer, why are you talking about it?
Yeah, if I can't answer that, how come he's talking about gravity when that's never been proven either? So no, I don't know the Maxwell equation that he's asking.
Oh, that's weird. If you don't know a very specific thing that doesn't matter what we're talking about, that means that you shouldn't be talking about. That's weird. Why would that
No, that's
matter?
what he's saying. That's what he's saying now.
That's what you said to me earlier.
Okay.
So
Gravity's never been proven.
Without us getting into our back and
it has
forth
been
on the
proven.
meta, you guys can do your meta in your own space. Krugstyle asks, Angel, you can't toss out physics and ignore the greatest minds in history while claiming no model. You are the human embodiment of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Make a claim and stand by it, you coward. That's from Krugstyle. Would you like to say something to Krugstyle?
I did make a claim we see too far, and this numpty said it was light and we're not actually seeing
Again
that
with
object.
the insults. Why the insults? I don't understand that. Can you
Because
tell
I
me
literally proved
why?
my point.
But why the insults? You have to why do you have to
It's
insult? That
funny.
doesn't make sense to me.
It's funny.
It's funny to be rude because you said that you were a nice person, but now you're just insulting
Yeah,
me to be funny.
you're
That's a really weird
you
thing.
have a weird demeanor too, bud.
I have
You got a weird one.
I have a
Yes.
weird demeanor. What is that
All right.
demeanor?
This is not helpful there, guys. This is not helpful. We're going to carry on. Darkstar4400 says, Angel, is gravity present in the buoyancy formula?
Yeah, little g is acceleration, can be replaced with a, and helium balloons actually accelerate faster up than objects fall down, which doesn't make sense at all.
But then how would you be able to rectify that with your explanation of why things fall? If it's just density and buoyancy, why is it that it can accelerate up faster than things fall down? That doesn't make sense in your model.
Because the cause of it falling is not gravity. That's the whole point I just said.
Right, but why does that make sense if it goes up faster than it comes down in your model? Why does that make sense?
Because the buoyant force is stronger than things falling down
So the buoyant force is stronger than the downward acceleration.
for helium, correct?
Okay, so it's that's the same as gravity. The buoyant
Archimedes
force is
principle.
stronger than gravity.
All right.
Okay.
All right, let's carry on there, fellas. JSS Tiger says, Angel, if air pressure drops from ground level to the top of Everest and air pressure decreases all by itself with altitude, why is a dome needed?
Because so to have, like I said, to have a gradient in the first place, gradient pressure in the first place, you need walls to press against. So when the Earth is also, it's not a static system. It's a changing environment that has different temperatures at different locations. As you go up, there's less air. And also, like, if you have a box of gas, you increase the temperature, it'll increase in pressure. If you decrease the temperature, it'll go down in pressure.
Is there a pressure gradient?
So Mount Everest is cold, there would be less air and less pressure than the bottom. Simple.
Do we see pressure gradients inside of containers though?
Yeah.
Can you show me that? Can you show me? Okay, show me the pressure gradient.
I don't have a gauge on me, but if you put water in this and then poke holes, the bottom will spit out faster because there's more pressure on the bottom.
Water is not gas though. I'm asking about gas.
There's a pressure gradient.
Okay, but is there
if I put gas in here,
if there was only gas in there, is there a pressure gradient?
If I put gas
Can you show
in
me
here,
that?
If I put gas in here and make it a non-static system, there will be a pressure gradient.
Can you show me though?
All right. Let's ask the next question.
I can't show you now with the gauge.
Let's not make Angel show how he gets gas in the bottle, all right? Like that could get a little crazy for a live stream. No, just joking around, guys. All right, let's ask that next question. LogicWorkLaverse.com says, COMSOL Multiphysics and SolidWorks CFD simulations for engineering and gas modeling. Oh, more with the gas guys. Will use gravity. No container is needed for any gradient.
Wait, for what?
Me, I swear. Go ahead there.
What is it called? So I didn't hear that. What was that again?
Sorry. So, COMSOL Multiphysics and SolidWorks CFD simulations. It's quite a mouthful.
Simulation?
For engineering gas modeling, will use gravity. No container is needed for any gradient.
In a simulation on a computer? Really? Wow. Can I see a physical model of that? Using gravity? No.
I have no response. Yeah, I would agree with him actually. Simulations they're finicky.
Okay.
You can use them for some things. It's hard to convince someone that a simulation is true to life because I can go into the Unreal Engine and just say that there's a downward force, but that has no bearing on if there's actually a downward force due to gravity. In Unreal Engine, I can call it gravity, or I can call it like flurf units or whatever. So I have a hard time using simulations as proof other than like how physical objects look.
I know I've seen computer models of gas pressure in a container, and they move in all directions and collide with each other. That's how you get gas pressure. I've seen that before. And then you can like introduce heat and stuff and it changes.
Right. Sounds
but
like we're having a moment of agreement here, guys. That's It's kind of nice for a little change. You guys can give us a thumbs up here. But I'm going to ask that next super chat. Luca Ruka says, I want Angel to watch the video titled Refraction, Seeing Over the Curve of My Driveway. It goes for 1 minute and 11 seconds. I want him to watch. Well, I don't know if you want us to watch it right now on stream, but
I'm not
Angel's
doing that.
usually a pretty good sport about this stuff. So I mean, it's up to. I was gonna say it's usually just open season, but yeah, we've gone pretty long. It's over 3 hours. I don't think we're gonna pull up too much more there, guys.
Yeah, I have seen demonstrations where there's like a little tiny curve and there's an object that you can already see and the bottoms kind of lift up a little bit. I've seen that, but I haven't seen what this guy's claiming, the whole object moving around perfectly. I haven't seen that.
Have
Where
you
it's
have you
completely
seen the
invisible.
one have you seen the one where there's a bunch of buildings, like little tiny cutout buildings on the floor, and they like open a door and the draft
Yeah.
comes in and the ground gets in the way? Like the ground rises up and covers half the buildings. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay. I just wanted, because that I thought of that. I see that
That's a
as like flat earthers against me sometimes. I was just wondering if you've seen that.
yeah. Yeah, I've seen the videos like that.
Okay.
That's obscuration of with using the atmosphere.
What is the difference between that and refraction? I'm just curious what
That's
you see as
distortion.
okay, but
Because the
why?
bottom's
How is that not
distorting.
refraction?
Because the bottoms are distorting.
But it's not the bottoms distorting. The ground itself is rising to cover the bottoms.
Distortion.
Okay, so what you
Is
call
the ground
distortion is what is called refraction. Okay, I see what the
is
disconnect is. I
is the
got you.
ground
I got it.
is the ground physically blocking them? Physically?
No, but the
No.
refraction, the colder air is more dense. Now I have to think about that one.
All right. Well, we got
Yes.
lots of questions there, guys.
That's
We're
it.
going to try to roll through them as quickly as we can. Like I said, we've kept our speakers for a little over 3 hours. So I appreciate you guys having the back and forth. And I'll try to get through these ones. We're way more than halfway. And once again, super appreciated. If you're hanging out in the live chat, there's still, over 600 people watching live right now. Hit the like button if you haven't already. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't cost you anything, and it really helps boost us up in the algorithm. We have a live event coming up soon. As you can see, there are already events posted in our live stream there. If you look at our events coming up for some of the speakers that are going to be out, and we're going to have some announcements coming up for this New Jersey event, so just stay tuned for that. But we really do appreciate the support, and hitting the like button is the most basic way to support us. So 600 people watching. Don't be lazy. All right, let's go to that next one. Hats off to ADHD from Mott Mott. So you got just a super chatter that's just saying, hey, thanks for being here and doing what you do. We appreciate all our speakers here at Modern Day Debate, but Mott Mott appreciates you, ADHD, and we've made that known, Mott Mott. So Jesus
Thank you.
Martinez says, place this is the one that you asked I asked that as your membership chat, so I'll give you another one at some point. We did ask that one. Witsit Gets It says, the Wolfie 6020 video has been analyzed by counting pixels, and the sun actually changes angular size in his video as well. Did you even test the claim? This is from Witsit Gets It.
Witsit, again, if you'd like to debate me on here, you're more than welcome to schedule it. And I'd never use that as a claim that the sun doesn't change sizes. I showed that it has a crisp line, because the Wolfie 20, the 6020, the one that I showed with the crisp lines that shows the sunset with the solar filter, I made no claim on if it's changing sizes. I was pretty sure that it was, actually, because it looked like it. But that's the only reason I brought it up. So
Can you concede that if the sun actually does change size and you're wrong with it being blurry, which it obviously wasn't, that it refutes the globe?
it would depend on atmospheric conditions, because again, as it gets closer to I love your eye roll, but as it gets closer to the horizon,
It's literally just nah.
both of us agree. No, if there's an explanation, it's not a nah, dude. Both of us agree that as it gets closer to the horizon, there's more atmosphere that it has to travel through,
Which would
and
magnify
therefore
it.
there is more distortion, which would cause.
magnify it.
Say that
That
again.
makes things the atmosphere acts as a lens. What you're describing now is lensing. That makes things bigger, not smaller.
Can you show me?
You don't know what atmospheric lensing is?
Show me. I'd love
Okay.
to see it.
Great, I'll show you. Because you can demonstrate it too with the lens. Then it's admitted that the
So
atmosphere acts as a
when
lens.
clouds get in
You
the way,
know-
that's atmospheric lensing.
Correct. Well, you know when you see sunsets that are low on the horizon and they look huge? That's lensing, right? It looks bigger.
Okay.
Great.
Can you
So
still show? I would like to see it so I can do
Okay,
research on it.
Yeah, atmospheric lensing. Look it up. It can be demonstrated easily.
I don't see an atmosphere here. These look like actual just lenses.
These are, see this
I don't know what that.
atmosphere?
Okay,
So this
cool.
is a flat table, right? It's with a lens there, a magnifying lens. Flat table,
Okay.
you move back, the bottoms disappear because it enlarges. That's what we observe. That's why the bottoms
Okay,
of
but
buildings
you
have a
just showed
distance
me
of it.
some lenses looking at a paper horizon. How is this show me atmospheric lensing then?
The atmosphere acts the same way it's admitted.
Okay, so
You deny that,
I've
then-
seen this video and it shows how the horizon will raise and lower, but it doesn't show atmospheric lensing. That video
do you
specifically,
disagree?
that video that you specifically brought up shows the horizon going up and down. It doesn't tell me about atmospheric lensing. I would like you to show me atmospheric lensing.
Are you denying that when the sunset goes on the horizon, sometimes it magnifies and looks bigger? Are you denying that?
No, but that doesn't
Great.
mean that there's
So,
not also
lensing. That's called
distortion
lensing.
sometimes.
It's called lensing.
Okay,
Makes
great.
things
Cool.
bigger, not smaller.
You can't show me, that's fine. Just tell me you're not going to show
I don't
me
need to
instead
show
of
you.
showing.
Just agree to it.
So sometimes it does look bigger,
We're
but I
gonna
would like
ask
you
that
to
next
show me
question,
atmospheric
guys.
lensing.
Yeah, so the sun gets smaller on the horizon
tons
with
of
solar
questions,
filters,
guys,
not
so-
bigger.
Cool.
Let's carry on,
Yeah.
guys. JSS Tiger says, Angel, why did you say a plane traveling due east experiences Coriolis? I need this for laughs, says JSS.
Okay, because according to the globe paradigm, the Earth at the equator is spinning 1,000 miles east. So if you put a plane flying east at the equator, it doesn't lag behind. It just
That's not
the plane
Coriolis.
flies. The plane flies over the Earth, no matter which direction you go. It flies over the Earth like it's stationary. North to south, if a plane flies north to south over a globe, it's not going to do this. It's just going to land on the runway over the Earth like it's stationary. They treat the Earth as a flat stationary plane when they fly planes. I've debated many pilots that are globers, and they admit it.
Do you agree that airplanes have to angle their nose up when they fly to maintain altitude?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Okay, great. Welcome to
Yeah.
Globe.
So if they angle up, how do they go down around a curve?
But if they're angling up to maintain altitude, how do they not run into the dome?
Because they maintain altitude, they're not gaining altitude.
Oh, so they can angle up to stay at the same altitude. So why would we
Yeah.
need to point
So
our
if the
nose
globe-
down to go down in altitude or to
Because
go
if
down
the-
around a curve?
Because if the curvature of the Earth is going down and away from
You're
the
contradicting
plane,
yourself.
you wouldn't fly like this around it. You would fly like this, right? How do you?
Oh,
We're gonna ask the next-
you're okay
One
with
second, an
pointing up.
analogy.
You're okay with pointing up
Yeah,
to
to
stay
maintain
level,
altitude.
but you're
To
not
maintain
okay
altitude.
with pointing. To maintain altitude,
Straight
maintaining
line.
altitude around the globe.
In straight and level fly.
Right. So
They
now,
angle up.
and so you think that somehow you have to point down to go around the globe when you have to point up to maintain altitude.
Okay. If
Wouldn't they
there's
just
a-
need to
if there's
level
a-
out to go around the globe?
Level out is not curved.
You are contradicting yourself,
real
dude.
quick, if there's a road and it's curving this way, listen, buddy. If there's a road, if there's a road,
I've heard your road analogy before too. I just
Okay,
watched
so-
you debate.
so
You're
one
just
second,
parodying the same
one second.
points.
if there's a road that's going left this way, right, and you're going straight on the road, you're not going this way. You're aiming this way, going straight. Do you veer off the road?
Yeah, but you don't
Okay.
go straight
The
by
plane doesn't
turning
veer.
your you don't
The-
go
the
straight
plane-
on that road by turning your wheels to the left.
Yeah, but that's what the plane's doing.
So it's not the
maintaining
same
altitude.
because it has to angle its nose up to stay at the same
Not down.
altitude. So
Not down to go
in
around a
your
curve, right?
analogy, you'd have to turn left
Oh my
to
gosh,
stay straight. So the
you are
analogy isn't
literally
even an
so
analogy.
thick. Can you? You are so thick, dude. So
Oh,
1 second, let me show you.
I love that you have to
This is
go
hilarious.
directly to insults when
Yeah,
you
I
make a
do.
stupid point.
Do you know what the attitude indicator is in the
Mhm.
plane? Okay, does it have a gyroscope that maintains rigidity and space in it?
Yes, it does, and it also has a thing that
Okay.
overcomes that.
So
What is
so
it
in
called?
straight,
What is it called? What's the instrument called that overcomes that?
you tell me.
I can't remember. What is it?
Well,
Do you want me to
there's
Google
no
it?
instru-
I looked it up earlier,
there's
but I
no
forgot.
instrument there's no instrument that accounts for that. If you're talking about if you're talking about pendulous veins, they work off
There we go.
vacuums,
Yep,
not
pendulous
gravity.
veins. That's what they're called.
Yeah, that works off vacuums, not gravity. So
Okay,
you don't
cool.
even know
So
what
they
you're talking
still
about.
overcome. They still
No,
overcome the gravity. That's what they're
no,
for.
that no, they're for keeping more rigidity in space, not less.
They're for overcoming. It's not less. It is keeping the
Yeah,
rigidity in space in relation to the Earth. That's what a
says the
pendulous
guy.
vein is for. Do your
No, it's not.
research, dude. That's what it's
Show
for.
me, show me a citation where the
All right.
pendulous veins. One second, I got to share something because he's laughing at me before. So this is
I'm laughing at
hilarious.
you. I've
Okay.
laughed at you all
All
this
right.
whole time.
Now let me just share some. Where is?
Okay, well, I was gonna say I can still hear you even when I have to step out here because the kids are calling for a drink of water. But go ahead if you want to screen share, and we'll carry on.
Yeah. So I don't know what's not coming up. Ah, here it is. So the the airplane that flies over the Earth in straight and level flight
So it
flies
doesn't angle its nose up.
flies. Yes, it does.
Okay, so it's
So
not straight and level.
so
Great.
so it angles up to maintain altitude in a straight line. That's why they trim the
Hey, does that
plane
attitude
to stay.
indicator have a pendulous vein?
One second, but no, it doesn't.
It
So
doesn't.
real quick, not all of them have it. No.
What ones
So
don't have it?
the earlier models don't have
Okay,
one.
so the ones that we don't have today that don't
Can
make the
you let me?
long,
Can let
super long
Ryan? Can
flights.
you let
Okay.
me? Oh, I'm trying to get my point across, and he's literally just spiraling.
No, I'm
All right.
laughing at you because of
All
how
right.
dumb
Let's
that point is.
Ryan,
let's All right, Eamon, let's just give him a moment here. Like I said, I have a little bit of delay on my side, so it is hard to be right on top of what's going on. You guys are like 2 seconds, 3 seconds ahead of me, but let's go ahead there, Angel, and give him
so
some
yeah,
space here.
Th-
And what if it, like I say, what I said to you earlier, if what he's saying is truly ridiculous, then it's going to play out in the public opinion. So you go there, go ahead there, Angel, and we'll let you respond there,
yeah.
ADHD.
So first of all, pendulous vanes were invented 25 years after the attitude indicator. So it's just a fallacy to invoke them because the planes 25 years before didn't have them to correct for your gravity vector that you think they correct for. So also, when the
Not
plane
gravity
is flying
vector
over the
curve of the
Earth,
Earth.
when the plane is flying over the Earth, in relation to where it was in the North Pole, it's aimed down in space. That means the horizon's curving down and away from the plane. In reality, the horizon stays where it is. It does not angle down. They don't need to do adjustments for curvature ever. Also,
Do they angle the nose up while
also,
they fly
also,
to keep level
also,
flight?
yes. So also
There's your answer.
also the attitude indicator has a gyroscope connected to it, which maintains rigidity in space. I debated a pilot that said he flew straight and level over the Earth with no curve adjustment, and also
Do you remember that debate with
the
the pilot that said that they level their nose up while you
dude.
fly to
One
maintain
second,
level
bud.
space?
Why are you interrupting me? You're spiraling
Because you've monologued this whole time. You're making a
because you're not
terrible
you're not letting
argument.
you're not letting me speak.
You've talked for like
You're
the last minute and a
spiraling.
half.
You're spiraling.
I'm not
So this
inspiring. I'm
attitude,
laughing at you.
and let me talk. The attitude indicator has a gyroscope connected to it, which maintains rigidity in space. It does if you're going over a curve, it would change orientation in relation to the gimbal base, which we don't
But
see.
we
And
agree that
also,
it
and
has pendulous
also,
veins.
and
So
also, no, it doesn't. And also, the gyroscope is immune to gravity. You can orientate it in any direction and it won't change. It will stay in that specific direction because it has rigidity in space. That's what they're using for. If it was adjusting for a gravity vector,
All right,
they would
let's.
just use a weighted
Okay,
pendulum.
sorry.
What would they spin up a gyroscope that means to maintain
careful, don't cut
rotation?
him off. He wants the monologue.
Thank you.
No, it's just like I said, there's a delay on my end, so I'm just trying to make sure I'm not right on top of you. But let's end the screen share, and we got another question coming in. Let's see. So thank you, JSS Tiger. I think we got lots of unpack time there. Angel, thank you so much for entertaining and going into as much as you could there for that question. Monkey C. Monkey. You didn't end it. That's not cool. You always need to account for refraction. And he says he's quoting Whitsitt. Whitsitt's not here to debate, so sorry, monkey. See, monkey. I don't know. You don't have monkey do there, so I'll just say monkey poo poo. We don't have Whitsitt here, so you'll have to wait to get your answer. My dad left. Aw. You poor son of a. All right. My dad left asks the question. Angel, show measurements of flatness using a theodolite.
I've never actually used this theodolite myself, so I can't do that. But plane surveying ignores curvature 100 square miles. And
Which is
actually,
how far straight?
plane
Which is like
surveying,
10 miles, right?
yeah, how much curvature is in 10 miles, Eamon, do you know?
Not very much.
66 feet, a six-story building. So you just
That's
debunked
dropped
yourself.
from a tangent, not curvature, dude. You don't measure curvature in feet.
A
You
tangent
don't measure
line
curvature
straight,
in feet, dude. That's dropped from a tangent.
yeah,
All right.
which is curvature in feet.
Seems like we've
No.
already gotten what
Drop
we
from a
need out of that one,
tangent
guys.
isn't
A
curvature.
We've got
tangent,
lots
hang
of
on,
questions.
1 second. A tangent line straight
All right.
or curved?
Yeah, absolutely.
They're straight, not curved. Thank you.
I love that you think that's a win.
All right.
I
Let's ask
love
this
that flat
good
earthers
one.
think that that's a win.
Theodolites measure angles that are straight.
We've got a nice. We've
Wait,
got a good unpacked
theodolites
one
measure
here from
angles that are
JSS Tiger.
straight?
So once again, I'm sorry to the speakers. Hold on.
So you don't know what a theodolite is. Okay.
I was just say you're talking over me, but I know you don't mean to. It's just the delay. JSS Tiger says wind adjustments are constantly performed in airplanes. If 1 minute passed with no adjustments, Coriolis would max out at about 1.5 miles per hour deflection, which easily gets masked by 30 miles per hour winds. This is a very, all right, so I'm going to state it again and we'll try to get all the pieces together. Wind adjustments are constantly performed in airplanes. If 1 minute passed with no adjustments, Coriolis would max out at about 1.5 miles per hour deflection, which easily gets masked by 30 mile per hour winds. I think I got it right that time. Let's let our speakers unpack.
Coriolis is not wind, so I don't know what he's trying to get at.
So because you didn't understand the question, he's saying that
No, I did.
you did not, because you said that Coriolis is not wind, which is not what his question was. So his question, to clarify, because you didn't understand, it was that airplanes make
Don't
adjustments
strawman
for what? So what his question was that airplanes make corrections for wind upwards of 35 miles an hour. The Coriolis drift would be like 1.5 miles every hour. So that means that they're adjusting for wind much more than they are for Coriolis. So that means that any adjustments would just feel like wind adjustments.
Airplanes do not adjust for Coriolis. The localizer.
Okay, so you weren't listening. Okay, go on to the next question, Ryan. He wasn't listening.
The localizer in the plane that lands on the runway doesn't adjust for Coriolis. You know what a localizer is?
So that's not what I was talking about.
Right.
That they're adjusting more for the wind of an airplane than they would for any amount of Coriolis.
They don't adjust for Coriolis.
Right. It's because they're adjusting for wind much, much more, which means that any adjustments that they would need for Coriolis would be disguised as wind.
Wind is not Coriolis.
Yeah, you keep saying that, and you keep not understanding what I'm talking about.
I think.
Go ahead to the next question.
I think we both agreed about that one there, guys. So let's ask that next one. I mean, on that main point, you guys have both agreed. So let's just try to leave it at that. Verbally Finish says, "Thank you, Ryan, for hosting another amazing debate." Well, thank you so much, Verbally Finish. We appreciate you being in the live chat, and yeah, there's all kinds of topics that we want to explore in modern day debate. Other ones that have been pitched to even speakers that we've had on the panel here. So we're definitely excited about having all kinds of debates here on Modern Day Debate, especially with our DebateCon coming up, which is February 15th and the 16th. So if you haven't seen that already, we're going to have some announcements regarding that going forward. You know, as far as the venue, we've got some speakers already picked out, such as Inspiring Philosophy versus Lawrence Krauss. That's going to be juicy. So definitely keep an eye out for our announcements for that. We'll probably do a community post, and maybe me and James will get together for a little live stream and just do a little shout out for our audience because that's always sweet. JSS Tiger says, for both debaters, starting with Angel, what is the cosine of 60 degrees?
0.5 or half. Yeah, I think. I don't know. He's Googling it.
Other
So
side, do you
give
have any
Eamon a chance to Google it.
Oh,
Next
sorry.
time.
I was texting my wife because she's saying she's having trouble putting down the baby. If
I'm
you
sure
want
you
me to
will.
prove it, I can. But if you want to, if I were
What's
Googling
the
it,
answer?
I'd look like this. It's 0.5.
Okay, great. What's the answer, Eamon?
0.5.
All right, I think you got that there, JSS Tiger. That's the best that you're going to get out of that answer for sure. I mean, you asked a mathematical question, you got answer from both speakers. What more could you really ask for on that one? So if you have another question, JSS Tiger, definitely get it in there. And if you are hanging out in the audience and you think, oh my goodness, if only somebody would ask this golden question that would just bring the globe to its knees or to completely destroy the flat earth, get it into our live chat. I can't be any more animated about it, guys. We really appreciate both of our speakers here tonight. They're great unpackers, as you can see. They love the questions and they have no problem engaging with you. So the Drunk Debunk Show. Ooh,
Hey, Ryan,
that
not
should
to
be the
cut
name
you
of
off
my
real
show.
quick. Sorry.
Angel. Yeah.
Sorry. I know there's a delay. Can we move it to like a response and a rebuttal and a response and not have as much back and forth so we can hurry through the chats? My wife is asking for help, so.
Yep.
Yeah, we can do no rebuttals. Like,
Oh
we'll
yeah,
just answer
sure.
the
If
question.
you've got yeah.
But I like rebutting.
Yeah, let's do that. I appreciate you both. I know you guys both do, but yeah, we've got questions to go through, and yeah, if we do just for the one side, then you'll definitely be able to, assist with the baby much sooner. And family first, always, right? I've got 2 kids. I spent Christmas, pulling my nieces, nephews, and my children down the hill, and my butt is still so sore. Anyway, so I totally get the family first vibe there, buddy. So without more prattling, because I'm only making it worse, Angel, what is it like being a functional adult that doesn't understand basic physics? This is from the Drunk Debunk Show. So do you want to say something to them?
Well, that's just an add-on, and yeah, I don't know what physics I'm not
That's not what that
understanding.
means.
You said I don't understand
All right, let's
something.
ask the next one.
That
All right, so Monkey says a reflected sun would not radiate heat. Globe wins. Well, we're glad to see that you got your opinion in there, and yeah, if it's something that you're willing to debate, or if you like to just hang out in the live chat, that's cool. There's lots of debate happening in the live chat, so
it wouldn't radiate heat. A reflection wouldn't radiate heat. Is that what he said?
a reflected sun would not radiate heat. Globe wins.
Oh, maybe that's why they took their tops off in Antarctica. I thought it was supposed to be cold there.
In the winter. So you're calling Witted a liar. Got it. Great. Thanks. That's what I needed.
No, I'm just replying to the comment.
No, that's what I needed. I needed to confirm that you still thought that they didn't go.
I've never been there. I've seen a
Maybe
video.
we just take our tops off because we're feeling. Maybe we're just feeling sexy. Okay, let's just ask the next question. Right.
If it was a
Mott
reflection.
says, Angel. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. It's just we do have lots of questions, and I do want to try to get through. And when it gets to over 3 hours, I try to respect. No matter who is asking, if a speaker says it's been 3 hours, can we get through? I'm just happy that you've been here this long, and I'm gonna try to get through them. So Mott says, Angel, when do we see too far, and when can we not see too far because of perspective? For just Angel.
It depends. In a hole, it depends on if you're in a hallway that's converging and it's around you, or a tunnel. It depends on how big the tunnel is that you're in. There'll be a further convergence if it's bigger, right? Because there's less room for it to actually converge to a point. So the sky converges at a greater rate than light posts would, because the light posts are shorter.
Next one, MM84 says Angel lied about Chicago pick. 180 feet observer height, not 30.
Oh no, it's from Grandmere Park, 600 feet above sea level, and the skyline is five. You can check all this. You can check the skyline is 577 feet above sea level. So you take that into account. That gives you a number of 23. Add 6 foot for the camera, 23.
All right.
Sorry,
Let's just
20,
roll
29.
along. Roland says, no worries. Thanks for the clarification. Well, I'm going to ask this one over to you, ADHD, because anybody could really answer this. It's more of a meta question of how does the final experiment not crush, the flat Earth? So ADHD, I'll let you answer this meta question.
So the only way that the final experiment doesn't crush the flat Earth is if they invoke coffee cup caustics, which means that they have to invoke the dome, which is they've never proven a dome. They've just said gas pressure without a container. So there's no proof of a dome. So the only way that it wouldn't crush the flat Earth is that if there's a dome and it's reflecting off of the dome, and if their measurements of the sunspots come back that it wasn't being reflected. Those are the only two ways that it couldn't squash flat Earth. Yep.
All right, thank you so much. What's it gets it is following up, says, simple. You claim light always bends down, lifting objects up. So, what about when there is more obstruction than the globe predicts? Think for a sec.
You already did that.
I had to think for a sec about the cadence in that question.
Yeah, I think you already did that one. Yeah, I think you did that.
It's similar. It's very similar to another one. So he's this is a follow-up. So he said, simple. You claim light always bends down, lifting objects up. So what about when there's no obstruction? What about when there's more obstruction than the globe predicts? Think for a sec.
That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. If, like, say we're at 6 feet, we're making an observation, we can only see like a half mile. That's an interesting one. I would say this is just, I haven't done research on it. I would say that it would have to be refraction of the closer object of the water itself, because everything can be refracted just in those long distance observations. The objects are being refracted, but the water can also be refracted up slightly. In fact, I have a picture of the Black Swan showing water obstructing the second oil tanker almost completely. So that would still be refraction refracting the water itself. But I'd have to look and see how that works. How many more do we have?
All right. We're moving right through, so about 8 is what I've got here. So if we just keep rolling along as we are, we'll be out of here in probably less than 10 minutes. So if you do have questions, you better squeeze them in now, because we are in the fly-it mode. This is why I tell our audience, if you got questions, get them in early, because that's the largest unpacking time. We're all human, and when it gets to be 4 hours, Ryan needs to go to bed too. As I told you, I was stolen from the other night. We had to go digging around and find our lights in a ball field, for crying out loud. Yeah, we thought we were gonna get in some fisticuffs, for crying out loud. So, oh man, let's carry on. Shovelhead Steve says all flurps are morons. Well, Shovelhead Steve, that's not helpful and not overly adding to our discussion. So thanks, Shovelhead Steve, for your support. It all goes towards helping us with our debate con. Even the haters, we appreciate you. DJ Boyd says, in the photo, the arrow is pointing to Montecito being on the western side of the island. Oh, we did ask that one. Did we? All right,
that sounds like a different wording,
because sometimes that happens. It might be. I'll double check. Darkstar 440 0 says, Angel, wrong in capital letters. Wrong. In the buoyancy formula, acceleration is caused by gravity. You get an F on that test. Word salad won't save you.
Acceleration. Acceleration of gravity, which pulls things down, is responsible for a helium balloon going up. Yeah, cool story.
I mean, oh, sorry, no rebuttals.
Oh, all right. Yep. Yeah, no rebuttals right now. I still have to scroll up. So, yeah, Techie Bus says, Angel seems to be an extremely bright guy, but it's in capitals, and I feel like they're being maybe sarcastic and backhanded. So, Techie Bus, I'm
Oh,
just
come
going to
on.
say Angel. I think, I'm not sure. It's in capitals, but there's Techie Bus, you can explain in the live chat if that was just you being cheeky with those capitals there. But we appreciate both of our speakers coming out to Modern Day Debate. I think both of them have been very clear in what they believe and what they think on these subjects. So, you can't ask for much better than these two gents on screen right here. JSS Tiger says, Angel, temperament gradient in ocean changes about 273K to 293K, about a 7% change. Pressure changes from 15,000 psi to 4 psi, a 99% change. 99.9 actually they put. So
Yeah, it's similar
many thoughts.
to similar to the bottle example I gave where you got water and then the bottom has more pressure when you poke holes because the water will come out slower here, longer there, longer there. So yeah, the ocean has a gradient and it's contained.
The ocean's contained.
Correct. Fluid statics require large bodies of water to seek its level to its container.
Oh, you just added that. Okay,
No, I didn't add that. That's fluid statics.
you added it.
Next question. No,
All
I
right,
didn't.
we won't get too too much of the back and forth there. No, you guys are great, honestly. Like I say, I really appreciate it. Especially after all the, like I say, Christmas. It's very busy, and then playing the gig. So I really appreciate you guys working with each other to make this happen and keeping it easy. Yeah, stellar stuff, guys. My dad left. Oh no, what a sad name. I can't help it. Plane surveying accounts for curvature when leveling over 1,000 feet. It ignores the difference between the arc versus chord length in a 100 square mile, 10 by 10 mile square. Thanks for playing, Angel, they say. Ooh,
The
slap
Adelites
back.
measure angles, which are straight lines, and they assume the Earth is flat because the triangle on the bottom is a straight line, not a curved one.
Okay. All right, let's carry on. For some odd reason, I had this feeling that we were going to have a back and forth. I'm trying to shut up there, Earl. Like I say, we got questions, and we're just trying to move through. But that got automatically blocked. YouTube just doesn't like that, because YouTube loves me. I can't help it. I'm sweet. Techibus says, the fat guy's fat wife wears Star Wars pajamas. I'm not sure, Techibus, what you're on about there, but Star Wars is great. If anybody doesn't like Star Wars, well, fight me in the chat. I like Star Trek too, so no hating. Techibus says, listen to Angel. He's brilliant. Learn. All right.
No,
MM84
thank you.
says, the photographer
No.
said 180 feet.
Co-parter.
Thanks for playing.
What was that one? I couldn't hear this guy spiraling.
You were talking
No
just as
worries.
much as I was,
It's
dude.
just some of people. No worries. Like I say, it's just the
What was
delays
this?
making it difficult, and
What-
I'm injecting at really awkward points. So, yeah, some of our super chatters are being a little bit rude, but we're just gonna move on from that, guys. You got your 10 seconds of fame, yeah, and yeah. Garbage. All right, that's not polite, guys. MM84 says the photographer said 180 feet. Thanks for playing.
Even at 180 feet, that would still require more curvature. We still see too far. So thank you for playing. The horizon
All right.
for a
So I got a
600.
couple people in the live chat.
Can I
Sorry,
clarify on
the
that or
delay's
no?
just killing us right now. Sorry, guys. Yeah, you go ahead and clarify. I'm gonna
Yeah.
give you a few seconds. Just sorry about that.
For a 600-foot observer, the horizon would still be too close on a globe model, so it still obstruct the
How too close?
would be 27 miles away, and we're looking 57 miles. So 27, 20 something around there. I believe it was.
All right, are you looking something up, or do you want to carry on?
What was the number
No,
that
yeah,
he gave?
29. It's 29. I gave 27. It's 29 miles away. We're looking 57.
What was the
So
height that he
thanks for
gave? I'm
playing.
just curious.
600. So the guy in the comments said 180 feet. I'm saying 600. So yeah, still proves a flat Earth.
Just to clarify, with zero refraction, so on a general flat Earth calculator, you would have observational hidden of 1,000 feet, which brings like 30% of those buildings into frame. So that's zero refraction taken into account.
Yeah, and
Thanks for playing.
we're seeing most of the building.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of refraction.
All right.
Okay, but
All right, so I am looking over the live chat there, guys, and I have not missed any super chats. So if you feel like I missed something, yeah, I'm looking at our fan funding right now, which is part of YouTube's system, and I can see who's put in a super chat, and those are the only ones we're gonna read right now, just because we've gone really late. So I'm sorry if you put in a question just in our regular chat and I'm not reading it. It's just we gotta let these speakers out, all right? Much Gum says, Angel, can you please explain why there is slight but measurable change in weight based on your latitude? Heavier at the poles and lighter at the equator. Oh, and welcome to reality. Earth not flat.
well, I've never seen a measurement for that. I've kind of looked for it. I've never seen one. But also, I did see a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson retracting that statement that he says it's all around the Earth. It's actually the same because of gravity. So I've never seen the measurement.
All
I
right.
can send it
So
to you if you
I'll
want.
just say, Maverick, I do not have super chat from you. If you want to ask a question in the live chat, maybe we can get to it. But GJ Boyts, I do see that was a secondary question. I'm going to ask that right after this next one. So just stay tuned, and we'll get right to it. So thank you. And John Sia says, Angel, smashing it. Cook that donut. So you have anything you want to say to Johnny Sa? Straight up, thank you, DJ.
I've had this the
Boyts.
entire time waiting to be called a donut.
We're doing it.
Shit, I should have done that earlier.
Oh,
I had it the entire time, and no one called me a donut,
see?
so I couldn't eat it.
You couldn't. You just. Oh man. Well, that's hilarious. You just. Yeah, everybody with their props. Oh man. Well, thanks, guys, for your efforts in coming out to Modern Day Debate and putting on a good show. We appreciate it. Even bringing your donuts. DJ Boyks says, in the photo, the arrow is pointing to the Monte Cinto being on the western side of the island, but on the map, the mountain is on the eastern side of the island. Why is the claim a lie?
The claim is not a lie. The arrow is just pointing to the mountain. Doesn't matter where the arrow is, it's just pointing to the mountain that we're looking at. I don't get what he's saying.
I agree. Being wrong isn't lying. It's just being wrong.
I could put the arrow could be in the middle. It's still pointing to the mountain, right? Yeah, so makes no difference.
Techubus says, Old Lion is a TikTok god man. Well, I'm not sure, Old Lion, but if there's any shout outs you want to make, that's fine.
Yeah.
Darkstar 4,400. Oh, yeah, okay. Did you want to say anything there, Angel? Okay, excellent. Yeah, we just got two more there, and I'll let you guys go. Once again, I can't extend my thank you enough to you guys. You guys have been fantastic. Darkstar 4,400 says, Angel, why won't a helium balloon rise in a vacuum chamber?
Because it's now more dense than the medium that it's in. So you remove the medium and the helium balloon goes down because now the helium balloon is more dense than this relative medium. That proves my
more
point
dense
too.
than the medium above it.
What?
Okay, last one, very last one, and we're going to get to those closings, guys. You can pitch where everybody can find you and your final thoughts on our discussion. And if you even want to let other people know what other debates you are interested in, you know, people are always interested to hear where you may fall on the fence on other subjects, and us too at Modern Day Debate, because yeah, we've got no problem exploring other topics with speakers who are enthused for modern day debate. So, my dad left said 0 measurements of flatness still. So if you want to close us out on that question there, Angel, and then I'll give you the first closing ADHD. So, question from my dad left, 0 measurements of flatness still. Last question to you, Angel.
The angle measurements to Polaris that gave us our latitudes were derived off a flat Earth baseline. So there's your flat Earth measurement.
All right, well, thank you. A big round of virtual applause to both of our speakers. Once again, I can't thank you enough. We'll definitely look forward to having you back on Modern Day Debate, and our audience appreciates you guys as well. Right now, we're sitting at ADHD at 46%, Angel at 18%, and Ozzy Osbourne at 36% for who had the crisp lines. That was kind of cheating, honestly. You know, Ozzy Osbourne's a legend. You know,
did
me and Angel
ADHD
are guitar players. We love.
Yes.
Oh, but you didn't show any
was
crisp
46%,
lines.
yeah, on ADHD.
Oh, but he didn't show a sunset. He just said, nah.
No, I showed several sunsets. You didn't address any of them.
How many of them were yours? You didn't show anything.
I'm still thinking of the innuendo. But let's unpack. Go for it, guys. You want to discuss for a few minutes before we get to closing?
I don't have time.
Yeah, so just
can we?
just provide
I would.
Let's do it then.
Rather
All right,
go to
let's go to closings.
Closings. I will clarify in my closing.
No, I do agree. Yeah, sorry, ADHD. Yeah, I'm sorry. I remember now. You've got priorities, and we appreciate you guys. So, yeah, definitely. Thanks for just reminding me there. So, ADHD, 1 minute on the floor, and then definitely go tend to that baby.
All right, so I don't think that Angel has actually shown any proof of flat Earth. He's just tried to falsify the claim of the globe, which he didn't also do because he doesn't believe in refraction. He didn't address the star trails that I brought up in the northern and southern hemisphere. He didn't address the sun setting bottom up in these videos. He didn't address that sunsets set to the north and to the south in both hemispheres. He didn't address boats going over horizon. There's a lot that he didn't address because he just wanted to focus on the 3 things that he thinks is a slam dunk. You can find me on TikTok, ADHD_projects, here also on YouTube, but I'm not on YouTube as much unless TikTok gets banned. But that's where you can find me. Links in the description, I think.
All right, excellent. This question is one that I missed. If you don't mind, Angel, just helping me out here and answering this just before your closing, that would be really appreciated. Sorry for missing the question there, Maverick. I'm going to do my best to just go back through and make sure that I've done my due diligence. But, Angel, can you explain why the star trails go counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the south hemisphere? Check it out, Maverick. I didn't forget about you, buddy. I got you.
Yeah, no problem. I already did this when I showed. I mean, this guy just said I didn't show the star trails and how they worked, but I did.
You showed their directions, but you didn't show how they actually work, how they like go around in a circle in the southern hemisphere.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Okay. So real quick.
All right. Let's let Angel respond to the question from Maverick.
Can you see my screen, the model?
We sure can. Yeah, you're up and running. Sorry about the delay. So go ahead.
So we see in an azimuthal grid of vision, our vision domes around us. Like if you're in the middle of the ocean and you look at all around you 360 degrees, the sky will appear to converge to the horizon, which is the water, and they'll appear to touch, but obviously they're not. It's just an optical location. So that creates a dome of vision around us. So if we're looking north, all the stars go east to west. So they're all moving the same direction. So here you can see we're looking north and the stars are going counterclockwise. But then if we just turn around, even in the same location and look south now, stars are still moving the same direction, but because you've changed your orientation, they're going clockwise. And yeah, the convergence point, that also has been modeled by Joseph Hanvey. And also just the fact that our eyes converge things to a point. The sky converges down, the ground ramps up, the sides ramp in. Like we're seeing here, it creates a convergence point. So, yeah.
All right. Well, let's give you your closing minute. Thank you so much for answering that final super chat and going over that. Once again, appreciate you guys having this discussion. Thanks for your closing statement as well, ADHD projects. We welcome you to come back to Modern Day Debate and have all kinds of discussions. Especially with your guys' demeanor tonight. We'll if we can get you guys back on screen together. I think you guys have fantastic chemistry together. GSS Tiger, we are done with the questions. He did say that that dome model Angel is showing right now was created by a Glober who specifically stated it is physically impossible. So I did read your super chat, and if you want to take like a couple seconds and address it, it's up to you. But I do want to give you your closing and not try to sidetrack because we've gone very late, and I know
Yeah, he
ADHD's
wanted
got to
to,
go. So if you want to do your 1 minute closing, let us.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No, all good. So yeah, my 1 minute closing is I showed evidence of a flat Earth. When we see too far, and the horizon should be blocking boats physically and buildings and the sun and everything, it should be blocking those items, all of them, all of it. I literally showed it wasn't doing that. This guy said you're looking at a holographic projection that's wrapping around a globe and the light is just sitting there. But the object is not really there, guys. It's really behind the curve. I mean, this no wonder he said I didn't show any globe proof. Oh, sorry, any flat earth proof. Because if you're gonna make that your claim and actually believe it, there's no help for you. I showed the sun physically changing size. This guy said it was blurry. Like any person that's being honest with themselves knows that what I showed was not blurry. That's insane. I clearly showed the sun changing size. I never get an answer for this. I've literally, people have said that I faked it. I've literally shown people from my P1000 the video of it's getting smaller from my actual P1000 camera, which is hilarious because the fact that people think I faked it is a huge win because I know I didn't. I go out and do these observations and I've done it three
All right,
times,
if you want to let
three
everybody know where
times to
you're at,
change size.
we're almost
So
at the 1 minute.
yeah, he he proved the Earth didn't have Coriolis by always invoking it moves with the Atmos. Uh yeah, so it was just a hand wave dismissal of all my evidence. It was hilarious. But yeah, thank you.
All right. Angel has stepped out there with his closing, so we're going to close out the show. Thank you, Angel, for coming out to Modern Day Debate. All right. We appreciate it. We'll have a little after show chat, and they both got themselves ready. Look at that. All right. If you haven't already hit the like button, smash it up. We appreciate it. It really helps us out in the algorithm. And yes, Angel, we'll see you next time, as well as ADHD projects. We really, really appreciate you guys. Honestly, I don't know what it is. Maybe it was just because your actual audio was really good beyond the delay. When you guys are talking over each other, you can still hear both speakers. So you get that natural interruption where it's like where sometimes we're having a debate on Modern Day Debate, and when somebody else starts talking, the other person's mic completely cuts out, and it totally ruins that in-room effect, right? And we want to give you an idea of what it would be like to have these two guys in a room together having this discussion, with as much hands off as we can, right? Maybe a little bit of this and that here and there, but we really appreciate it. So let's close it on out, and yeah, thanks again, guys. Cheers.
Take care. formulas used?
No, it's
Hey,
not.
kid, the calculators.
It is 1 degree per 69 miles. If you want to be
That is
accurate,
8 inches per mile squared.
that is
That is
1
okay,
degree per 69 miles.
Okay, that is 8 inches per mile squared.
No, it is not.
Well,
It's
we,
not
can-
the same.
we can
It is
agree to
not the same.
disagree.
Don't lie. That
We
is
can
a
agree to
that is a
disagree.
parabolic curve.
We can agree to disagree. So the
You're just incorrect.
The
and
diameter
lying.
of the moon is 2,160, which is 6 times 6 times 60. The circumference of the Earth. 1 second.
That's a weird thing to just make up.
The circumference
but
of the Earth. The circumference of the Earth in nautical miles is 21,600. 6 times 6 times 600.
What is it exactly?
Yeah.
Is that the exact
I
number?
don't know. No, it's not.
You
the
don't.
exact.
Okay, so you're just making up.
So,
you're just
no, I'm
you're
not.
just making baseless claims and lying.
No, I'm not. No,
yes,
I'm not.
you are.
So the tilt of the Earth is 23.4 degrees. When taken
And if you
from
minus that from 30 and you or minus that from 90 and you round it, then it kind of is 6.66.
90 minus 90,
you're incorrect.
Dude,
you have to.
Can I
you have to.
speak?
No, because this isn't the debate.
Again, dude.
This isn't the debate. You're just lying.
I'm telling you, math. This is math.
You are lying about the math. Yes, you are.
23.4 degrees. If you take 90 and minus 23.4 degrees, it equals 66.6 degrees when taken from a right angle. The Earth goes around the sun.
Right, and so you have to do other math, and it's not baked in. You are just lying.
The angle to the sun.
You are just lying.
The angle to the sun is how they.
Well, I'm done with this conversation.
Yeah, because
I would like to go and put my son to bed. You are just lying.
Yeah, no,
go ahead and make your cuts.
All right, let's let you go there.
What?
You're just lying.
You're a liar.
I'm glad that you guys had a little bit of extra aftermath and had a.
Oh, I'm so
well, you guys both said that you both believe in God, and
I'm so.
It wasn't that part wasn't on the stream. I would never talk about myself.
Oh man.
In that way on the stream.
I love that he has to
that's
call
what they all
everyone
missed,
a
all right.
liar.
So
you're calling me a liar constantly.
All right. Well, we're gonna.
When I'm giving you math, and you're saying I'm lying about math.
Thanks for not outing me, guys.
You're an idiot.
Cheers. Holy Lanta. If you could have heard the curse words that were just flying a second ago, even my children would say, you know what, Dad? You're not that bad with the whole potty mouth thing. That was intense. It's a shame that we didn't have that on on the stream. You would have enjoyed that. But we did have to let one of our speakers go. But boy, there was some fiery stuff. I swear. We're gonna have to try to get that for you next time going forward. But use your best imagination. Just imagine. Everything just went really wild for 2 seconds. All right. Let's just see who's hanging out. Batman Inc., thank you so much for hanging out, doing the putting up the Modern Day Debate Discord. Yes, hang out at our Discord. It's a great place to actually exercise your debate chops. Get yourself used to having debate. Maybe we'll see you on here. Well, let's pin your chat there. Hold on, Batman Inc. Just gonna pause the stream. Our votes are currently sitting at 47% for ADHD, 18% for Angel, and then 35% for Ozzy Osbourne. What's up? Ryan said pseudoscience denier. Oh boy, don't I have a story for you guys? Oh, it's going to be a vent fest here if I don't watch it. I've just been going for days, but I meant what I said earlier. Like, we got stolen from the other night. It was not cool. Not cool. And my music partner. So the person that I play in a band with right now is a Juno Award music teacher. Was my music teacher, my guitar teacher, and great fella. But when I first met him, we were both doing karate, and I think I was getting tested for maybe a stripe on my brown belt. I was on my way for the black belt, and this was before I got into playing guitar, and that just took over everything. So, but this is where I met this fella, and he's got, I think, a 6th Dan right now in Weichi-Ryu, and yeah, just very, very. You don't want to mess with this guy. Let's just put it that way. Very simply, you wouldn't want to mess with this fella out and about. So yeah, we were at a show. We just wrapped up. We were playing 4 sets, so it's 4 hours of playing rock, and I was just very tired, packing up the gear. Turned my back for a second, and somebody made off with our light system. So we didn't realize for the first couple seconds until, panic and shit at the fan. So all of a sudden we're driving all over this place called Pictou County in Nova Scotia, looking for these lights. And even when we left the bar, they were like, try not to get into a fight. And I was like, oh my God, this is not gonna be good. Like I said, that's when I started playing guitar. That was about 13 years ago. So I haven't been doing any martial arts for a long, long time, and I certainly am not looking for any of that as a father. So, yeah, it was interesting. We ended up contacting the police and a couple other places and people. Luckily, my music partner's wife, she has a lot of connections in the town and knew the mayor of the town, who ended up finding, having the resources to find our lights in a ball field. So we got everything back. It all turned out better than expected, but holy lightning. That's my vent, guys. That's my vent. So I've got that off my chest. Now I feel, like I say, I feel almost like I messed up there. I should have just left everything flow on screen. I feel like that would have been an abuse of the fact that, like I say, one of our speakers need to go to take care of their child, and as a father, I super respect that. But what happened off screen was just it was explosive. Let's see here. Let's see what you guys are hanging out with and saying. Globe is where you need to use your imagination, says Dr. Bass Ackwards. Bass, you're like a Simpsons YouTube name there. Like, you calling Moe's Tavern here, right? Can I get a Dr. Bass backwards? All right. All right, it's very late here, so I can't do my loud impressions. Pseudoscience Scenario says, "What's up, Ryan?" Yeah, I told you what's up. Oh man, just dealing with going through the motions. I tell ya. Joseph Stalin says, "What do you think, host? Round or flat?" I feel like that's a trick question. Because I mean, it could be flat and round, right? I don't know. You can clarify the live chat there, Joseph, but no, I'm not. I'm not usually too concerned with that sort of conversation. And the point, I think that's why it's good for me to host these debates because I don't have a stake in this. It's not something that I'm super hung up on. Maybe some other hosts, they're really invested and that can cloud their ability to be able to host this, but not me, right? You want to count all the fucks I give? You come over and I'll open up my bag of nothing for you, all right? See how I can censor myself like that? I don't even need YouTube to censor me because, once again, when you have little ones running around, you just, hey, you learn how to pad. All right. Who got kicked? That says clock. Nobody got kicked. At the end of it, I ended off and let both of the speakers out as nicely as I do. All right. Pseudoscience scenarios. I meant the other guys. I'm not judging you, Ryan. All right. Is anybody gonna answer me or what? What was it you were talking about there? Who debated? Who won? Yeah. No, there's not too much there. If you don't agree with them, you lie, says Shifty Eyes Shady. It's cool to see you guys hanging out. There's a lot of people still chilling in the live chat. More people hanging out in the live chat than we have in likes. So I don't know what I need to do to ask politely if you guys can hit that like button. I'll do my most Canadian polite ask. Can y'all please hit that like button? Ryan, what was your vote in the poll? Says Clock. Oh, I see. Who had the crisp lines? Oh yeah. That's right. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, no, I voted for Aussie. I mean, clearly, Ozzy has definitely had a few crisp lines in his life. I seem to remember there was this old skit where it was like, it was like Halloween night, and you're in the cemetery, and you stumble into the graveyard, and from the depths, out rises this, oh my goodness, I can't think of the word. The corpse of Ozzy Osbourne, and he says, because, man, you can't understand the word the guy says. Oh, man. But yeah, I can't think of words right now, guys. I only got 2 hours of sleep the other night because it was just one of those nights where I was like, oh, mind's racing. Oh, Canada, says Shady. Well, Oh, Canada's going to be hanging out in November, guys. Not November. It was going to be November. My goodness. Like I said, I'm going to have to go to bed soon. I can't even remember what time of the year it is. February 15th and 16th. Yeah, come at me in the live chat. I swear, you just... All right, February 15th and 16th, we're going to be hanging out in New Jersey, and we're going to be doing our debate con. If you haven't seen anything for this yet, it's going to be our debate con 5. It's going to be exciting. We already have Lawrence Krauss and Inspiring Philosophy booked for this event. Definitely check it out. If you're not going to be able to make it to the live event in Newark, then I would just recommend hitting the notification bell so you don't miss at least the debate. So, yeah. I'm crashing, guys. Yeah. I'm gonna let you guys go. Cheers.